Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and we've got some interesting stuff going on over here. Oh my, oh my. It looks like. Oh, okay, and I forgot to turn something else on. Let me do that. It looks like OBS is giving me a little bit of a hard time. Either that or the system in YouTube is giving me a hard time. Yeah, I see it happening there too. Okay. So I don't know exactly what's happening here. Hopefully things are going to look a little bit better as I go on. Otherwise, we're in a little bit of trouble here. This is one of the reasons that I'm kind of winging it today because this is some experimentation going on with the YouTube system and with the cat. Yes, hello, kittiness. Um, so let's have a little look at OBS. How's that sound? We're gonna go to camera one and camera two. Oh, holy shit, man! We got a big problem. With the YouTube system. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Okay. Yes, hello, kittiness. Well, let's see if we can fix up. We can fix up. Let's have a little look at OBS. I don't know why this is doing this. This is not being nice to me. Oh, holy being nice to me at all. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for that, Kate. At least that makes me feel a little bit better. Part of the problem here is OBS. I don't know why this is doing this. And I don't know what happened because it was looking good when I started it up this morning. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah. It's well. Yeah, thanks for that, weird. Kate. At least that makes me feel. Yeah, it's getting enough. Yeah. It's double Lavender Lady. Yeah, that's for sure. And I'm just gonna leave it like this, and I'm gonna go back to camera two. And what can we do here? Holy hell, man! This is amazing. It really is. Okay. So that went back to pretty much full size. And I'm going to have to screw with this later because I don't see the background. I don't see anything else going on. Yeah, Kate, pretty much like a badass trip. It's like, wow, this was working fine just a little while ago, and I mean just a few minutes ago, and now it's giving me a hard time. I don't get it. So we're just gonna try to fly with what we've got here because well, wait a minute here. Um, Let me look at the lavender background just for the heck of it. I'm gonna try to figure this out. Okay, lavender background. And we are going to fool around with where am I? I don't know where I am. That's well, that's usually the case. Let's see. We've got live streams. We've got artwork. We have not what I'm looking for. Okay, let's just go back here and go over there. No, that's not working either. What the heck is going on here? Okay, this is fun. This is like I say. Boy, am I happy that this is happening when there's no guest, scheduled guest on. Let's put it that way. Okay. We might be getting somewhere. All right, I've got a background going over here, so it doesn't look quite as bad as it was looking. Let's just leave it here. Let's just do that. That sounds pretty good to me. I got it on camera one and two. Yes, I've got it. Okay, let's just fly with this for a while. Holy hell. I've been at this sort of thing all week. I've been hammering on the studio here, getting things excuse me, set up and organized physically. I've got some stuff going on with new equipment. Got a microphone boom. I got things moved around, that sort of thing. Been doing some filming, believe it or not. I actually have a video in the can, and another one is on its way, and I want to release the two of them together. So that's why the one is sitting in the can. And that's basically on the rearrangement I've been doing in here. I moved the two cases, the computer cases, from the desk over to the other desk, the one I built many years. God, I can't believe I built that desk 16 years ago, and it's still doing fairly well. I like it, but I've got that rearranged such that it's working a little bit better. And then Dave, Wolf, meow, how you doing? And then and just a few other things. Working with YouTube, I've been forced into the new live streaming stuff that they've got going. The new studio, what do they call it? The studio, whatever it is. And because that whole thing with the kids content and all these other extra settings that are going on, and getting used to that is a little bit weird. That may or may not have done something here, but I have a feeling this is more OBS today than YouTube's fault. But I'll go ahead and blame YouTube, and it's easy enough, no big deal. So yeah, here we are, and it's Sunday. Well, let's see. For some of you, it's Sunday morning. For some of you, it's Sunday afternoon, and for me, it's just afternoon. So, as Kate wrote, it's an okay-ish day in the neighborhood. Yes, send that on to the WQED. I like that. Tell you what, I will get you started. Hang on for a second. I'm just here by myself for a minute. Yeah, so I thought I would do an unscheduled, unscripted sort of thing today, just because I didn't want to waste an official production, just because things were getting weird here. Yes, tornado. There's a rumor going around about that, and we've got to figure that stuff out, because it may or may not be as bad as people say it is. I always assume it's at least as bad, if not worse. Where you can get nailed, 42 grand if you mismark a video. Yeah. But what the heck? It's just the way it works. I hope I'm okay with these people. I don't do any cartoons. That's the one that really makes me sad is John, Dark Matter 2525, is basically forced off the air, or at least he's backing off for his cartoons, because of this cartoon marking thing. And yeah, I mean, he's an old hand at this. He's been doing that sort of thing for years and years and years and years. And now if we lose it, that's a great loss, kids. That's a lot of result of talent that we can't see anymore. So something, I don't know. We've got to get all this stuff figured out. Okay, Trio, what do you say? The FTC might fine you. 42 grand is being reserved mostly companies, really serious offenders, or at least that was the impression that she was given. Okay, we can try to get by with that. Yeah, but still, honey, that they fine you anything at all. I mean, over $3.50, and I'm pretty well sunk. Robert X has a good point. Robert X wonders if the FTC can collect if you are not in the U.S., because my understanding is that you are expected to follow the rules even if you are in Uzbekistan. So I don't know. That's an interesting thing to. Yeah, that's a point there with Kate says she has a ton of animation on the vids, but it's not for kids. Why is it that everybody assumes, or at least here in the U.S., everybody assumes that, well, you get down. Come on, kiddiness. It's too bad you guys can't see this stuff going on anymore, the way I've got this thing turned around. And I don't have room for another camera on the back plane of this thing. I'd either start using a hub, which I may end up doing anyway. But why is it that in the U.S. anyway, it is assumed that if it's animation, it's for 6-year-olds? I don't get that. We had a discussion about that on this channel a little while back, didn't we? About so much of the animation that is definitely not for kids. It's not that the kids would just get bored with it. It's not aimed toward kids. Ooh, yeah. With all the capitalization going on, I see Kate's a little pissed. We might have to put that to some good use. Seriously. Let me take care of some stuff here with getting things around to people, places, and things. And I'm gonna put my headphones on. Yes, kiddiness. What are you up to? Because in all the confusion, that's what I forgot to do. And we'll see what we can do this morning. How's that sound? Just get some talk going around for anybody who feels like coming on. And if you don't feel like coming on, it's okay. Okay, here we are. There we are. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Oh, Kitty runs that house. She sure does. Let me tell you, kids. Okay, let's just get some stuff going here. And where is? There we are. All right, we're going to do some pasting over there. And if you two want to move links between you, that's okay. Momnado and Tornado. And let's see who else we've got. Oh, yay, oh, yay, oh, yay. There we are. Hey! It's quiet. No, it's not quiet. Ah, there you go. How you doing, sweetness? Okay. Stupid. Well, that too. Okay. Let me look at the sound case. Kate mentioned that was overloading, and that's new input stuff going on as well. Okay, how's the sound for everybody at this point? Okay, because I don't want to be going over. I don't know. Might be going nuts with that, right? Okay. Hopefully that's set up pretty well. Yeah, part of it is the. What you got? What you got? What you got? Did you did you give him a link? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I'll try to not yelp. If you feel like coming in, Kate, please do. If you don't, that's okay too. Tria, if you feel like coming in, you've got a link as well, so we can manage that. Trying to think of anybody else. Anybody else who might want to come on in here, just throw me a little something in chat, and we'll see what we can do. Oh, I hear a doorbell. Hey, Tornado, how you doing? There he is. There he is. Yay. Hi, Kate. I'm the only person that I'm the only person that can hear. Oh, okay. Oh no, this is not good. No, this is not good at all. Yeah. Okay, where do I get the where do I get the what's the word for it? Yeah. Um the here we go, settings. Maybe that'll get us somewhere. Okay. All right. Most of it.
text box that lets you give an explanation.
Right.
So that in and of itself is a fucking problem right there. Is like you are cut out of anything that could mitigate these circumstances.
Okay,
And on
wait a minute.
top of that, the whole issue of the FTC's $42,000 fine. That's more than That's more than the middle. That's more than the vast
A
majority of the
lawyer,
middle class
a
actually
lawyer told Dark Matter, that is reserved for the most egregious offenses. That is not the
Still,
usual fine. Oh, I know, but that's
Oh, we're actually seeing other people as they talk now.
Yeah, I had a bit of a problem on. I didn't have a correct setting on OBS, so that's. If you guys in the chat were not hearing anything, that is, of course, my fault because I'm running the whole system here. Is it any better? And you guys in the chat,
Hello, folks.
Hi, everybody.
see if we got that going.
morning. I don't
but
know what I'm doing up.
Hi,
it's
Tria.
just so much bullshit what they're doing to people right now, and
It is.
they don't seem to care. Like I've been emailing back and forth with YouTube help, and they've been saying if it's unclear, get legal counsel. If the FTC's guidelines, I'm like, fuck you. I can't possibly afford a lawyer just to clear this stuff up. I'm not sure I could afford a lawyer in the first place. But that doesn't matter to YouTube. They're like, well, we can't give you the advice you need to make sure that uploading isn't dangerous for you. And I'm sitting here going, then what are we supposed to do? You're going to lose just about everything. You need us as creators. And treating us like shit like this is going to be the death knell of YouTube.
Well,
Oh.
just think of how the FTC can use this. The FTC could theoretically use this not just on YouTube, but the rest of the internet as a whole. That's a dangerous game they're playing.
The internet is a whole, but that's a different.
Yes, indeed. I am so sorry, everybody that's watching. I had a bad setting here on OBS, and I think that's the reason that you guys weren't hearing anything. So slap me down or something, if you will, if you need to.
Oh no, we won't slap you down.
Oh darn it! I was hoping.
Well, not unless you give us two of you again.
But still, we have so many. It's like the way I could best see this being utilized is the way I'm seeing this. The way I can see this possibly go down is, well, freedom of speech issues.
Well,
I don't
gotta
know.
Say, I do not think people should be bringing up freedom of speech because that only deals with the government.
Yes.
Right? Well, like a lot of times, a company like maybe YouTube will say this content is too racy or whatever, or even if they decided this is not okay because of how political it is or whatever, that's not a freedom of speech issue for YouTube to censor us. It's only the government censoring us that freedom of speech protects us from.
Yeah.
Now, granted, the FTC regulations could potentially be considered a freedom of speech issue, but I mean, at the same time, like if YouTube decides to enforce this their own way, not a lot we can do about it with not the Second Amendment, the First Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do want to give y'all. I sent a direct link that is from the FTC website that is directly answering questions about how things are being handled dealing with COPPA and YouTube. And while there's still a lot of vagueness and unclearness, it is far more detailed about what's going on with YouTube from the FTC's end than anything else that I have seen.
Well, but it still has those rules on it where it's like
yeah, but they do mention second, just because your video has bright colors or animated characters doesn't mean that you're automatically covered by COPPA. While many animated shows are directed to kids, the FTC recognizes there can be animated programming that appeals to everyone.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
then
why
you
I
have
say it's a little bit more clear. It's not the best, and I think that there's still some vagueness that they could clear up. But this is a lot better than some of the stuff that I've been seeing running around. And it's from the FTC's website.
Where exactly is that part about animation?
Hold on. It's under how channel owners can determine if their content is directed to children, and it's after the second paragraph after all the bullet points.
Okay.
There's a kitty over here. Yeah, this.
That doesn't really answer my questions because like I'm working on an animated project that is sort of like Star Wars and Star Trek with sort of Futurama look to it. But it would be probably PG if it was given to the MPA, possibly PG-13 for some of the stuff that happens in it, some of the imagery. And it's kind of more directed at general audiences. Like it's not a kids thing, but it's not.
That's where the gray line comes in.
Either. It crosses a lot of lines, and I don't know if that's going to be valid or not. In terms of how they consider it. So, what do I do?
Yeah. No, I even started.
That one I understand. I just wanted to because a lot of people are saying any cartoon is going to be slapped with a kappa. I have heard that so many times, and that's just not the truth. However, I understand why you have the questions you do. In your situation, I would, but I don't want people running around saying that all animations are going to get slapped with this fine, because that is not the truth.
But the problem is we don't know whether it'll be slapped with a fine or not. That's the problem. We're walking a tightrope here, and we're the ones holding the bag. We're the ones who will suffer the consequences instead of YouTube, if YouTube makes some weird decision about how to classify our shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
Like, it doesn't matter what I intend. It doesn't matter what I intended. It matters how they interpret what I've uploaded.
Yeah,
and that's a problem.
I see an issue with that because I mean, if the FTC is trying to be, the FTC wants to be. I want the FTC to be as clear as possible on this, to say, hey, listen, here's the sort of thing. If your video falls into this set of categories, the specific set of categories, then it might be for kids. But we recognize that animation and action figures appeal to a general audience. We understand that there are collector's items that are not made for kids, but made for collectors. It's like, what I would like for the FTC to do is to give us a clear sort of interpretation of this. That way we know where the line is.
You know what you're asking, right?
This is not directed at kids, and if kids decide to go after it anyway, they have to have a rule in there that says it's not your goddamn fault.
Right.
Because you said this is not for kids.
Right. And they need to have some sort of ability to not necessarily lock the content to age group per se, but that's what it's going to end up being.
What they really need to do is to have all of the policing on the side of the user, not the creator. There's a lot of things people are talking about how parents have ways of locking out adult content on YouTube so their kids can't access it. But it needs to be on the side of access, not on the side of the creators where the policing happens.
Right. Parents have to be...
The internet is not a babysitter, so why is the FTC trying to make it so?
Pretty much any 13-year-old with enough brain cells going on can get past those locks.
Yeah, but the thing is that the law doesn't cover
the age gate, though. 13 is like, if you're over 13, then you can watch this stuff without COPPA landing on
I just pulled the number out of the air. Yeah.
Well, no, but I mean, that's a very significant number, though, because that is the cutoff.
Yeah.
But I mean, like a 10-year-old might or might not be able to hack the computer in such a way to get around whatever locks their parents put on there. But it should still be the parents' responsibility.
Absolutely. Well, this is,
the parents' responsibility to make sure that their kid doesn't go to the movie theater to see something that's PG-13. So why the hell is it my responsibility to not make content that your kid shouldn't see? It's your fucking job.
Yeah, we're talking about parental locks and stuff. I had Tornado's stuff locked parentally until he was of legal age. And the arguments we used to have once he reached 15 of, Mom, I'm old enough to watch this. It's like, I don't care. You're not 18, so you're not going to watch it.
I have to say, I had similar bitter arguments with my parents because they wanted to keep me from violence. I was raised by hippies, hippie peaceniks, and they actually wanted to keep me from watching Star Wars because of the violence level. I don't know why they think like me watching violence will make me violent. That's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
No, the thing that makes people violent is a lack of parental guidance and parental stepping in and saying, no, this isn't right, and not necessarily smacking your kids, but setting firm boundaries and rules,
But you have to understand when your boundaries and rules that you're imposing on your kids are idiotic.
Well,
when too far. I mean, my parents went too far with what they tried to keep me from.
I know that feeling. I definitely know that feeling.
My thing was, he's not going to be watching porn in the house until he was 18.
It's funny. My parents were a lot less worried about porn than they were about violence.
Well, I had a lot of kids that I was a babysitter. So, I had to have, until you're 18, you've got to keep this where if somebody comes into your room, they're not seeing something they're not supposed to.
I don't know. It's just so stupid that I'm the one who could have a penalty if someone else's little rugrat is accessing it. It's like, that's your fault, not mine.
Yeah, the parents or guardians, per se, need to be the ones controlling their carpet sharks.
I mean, I will cheerfully mark my content as PG or PG-13 or even R so that parents can be informed of what their kids are about to access. But it should not be for me to say, I shouldn't bear the penalty if some kid manages to, get around the limits their parents have set. That's not my fault. I did nothing. I did nothing.
Right.
In fact, I did my best to make sure that people are informed. I did my best to say, hey, this ain't for kids. And I mean, what else can I do? I'm not responsible for your parenting.
Oh my, this is an interesting thing that Maya has to say here. I don't think it's someone else's job to keep you in your comfort zone. If you're going to be a parent, you should be prepared to answer uncomfortable questions. Now, this is the way I lean. Unfortunately, in this particular society, is it practical to lean that way? Because everybody wants to blame somebody for everything.
Thank you for finding my sneezes adorable. I don't know what that's all about.
The thing is, like, people are so afraid. I think deep down, a lot of parents realize that what they're telling their kids is a bunch of bullshit, and they're so afraid of their kids finding out the truth. Well, they're like, let's keep them from everything, and it's like, no, that's not how that shit works.
Well, this whole idea of trying to preserve a child's innocence, like, why is innocence such a great thing?
Oh shit!
Hey, let me tell you, and again, I'm going to say I come from an extreme background, so keep that in mind, but protecting my innocence got me assaulted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
kids stop being innocent by the time they hit very early middle school these days.
Well, but I don't even see
I'm
why
not
kids need
necessarily
it.
talking physically, but emotionally and mentally, kids are more mature than what we were when we were growing up.
Now, this is a
I mean, even with language, just plain old
Yeah.
language. I mean, if a kid wants to say shit and fuck, you know, they're gonna learn it eventually.
Exactly.
So why
usually from
try
their
to
own
stop
parents.
them from, you know?
Yep.
I mean, because kids can find ways around it. Is there really a difference? Really a difference between calling someone a shithead and calling them a duty head? Really?
Well, right. I mean, this is the whole thing that I've been saying, and we probably discussed it on this channel more than once. Things like saying the N word instead of, the referent to which it
Mhm.
points. You know what it means, so they're
Oh, yeah.
equivalent anyway.
Okay. Well,
Louis
and
C.K. has a thing where he says, "You're making me say it in my head."
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and see, the thing is that the N word was not originally a foul word.
It
Oh,
used
yeah,
to
they
refer to
kinda
people
started
from
on that.
Nigeria.
Yeah, it used to refer to people from Nigeria. And we turned it into a bad word.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't get me started on that shit. I remember a time when Oriental was not a slur.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, as do I. Yeah.
You know,
Now they
but
want us to
apparently
say
a bunch of people are like,
Asian.
"Hey, yeah, well," and I mean, I it I'm willing to try to not hurt people's feelings, but I
Yeah.
think that people's feelings are getting hurt over like complete and utter bullshit. It's manufactured outrage.
Yes.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
if nobody had ever objected to Oriental, it never would have been a problem because I have never met someone ever who said, "Oh, he's Oriental," you know, the way they would use the N word or something.
Yeah.
With me, it would be like nice to see someone from the Orient.
Mhm.
I would
But now you'll get people going, "I'm not a rug." I never said you were.
Yeah.
Ugh,
Well,
it's so
if I
stupid.
were to meet someone, I would probably say nice to meet someone from the Orient.
Right, we get that, but Talon, you got to understand that a lot of people refer to Persian carpets as Oriental rugs, and they're not. They're not
Right.
from the
A
Orient.
Persian carpet that's Near East.
Yes,
Well,
but
that's why
that's
I would
generally
not.
what they refer to as an Oriental carpet these days.
Yeah.
People don't understand the finer details.
And
Yeah,
that's why I wouldn't
definitely.
say.
Even people though who are from Asia, if you call something from Asia Oriental, they don't mind. They just don't want it applied to people.
I didn't understand.
That's why I would take care not to say nice to meet. That's why I would take care not
We
to say
get-
nice to meet someone who's Oriental. I
We-
would
we
say
get
nice
it,
to
honey.
meet someone
We
from
get
the
it.
Orient.
We know you
Yeah,
said it
but I
3
mean,
times
really,
now.
what's the difference? They're not being insulted by it. So why do they act like they're being insulted? That's the problem.
Well, let's make it
Is
really, really silly. And then my favorite pet peeve with 2 letters are enough to get somebody pissed off because they don't know what a participial adjective is. I am I am transgendered. Okay,
that one.
that one, and it exists. There's an article. I wish I could find it again. Was written by a trans man who reminisced that until what was it? Maybe sometime in the '90s, transgendered was fine. Until somebody picked it up and said, "No, no, 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 this is horrible." And I remember what he's talking about. I wish I could find the article. But
Here's the
the
thing.
internet
Well,
the internet is
and-
good at hiding things as well as presenting them.
And when people get offended by words that sound like slurs but aren't, and not only aren't, but aren't even related. Like
Yeah.
I challenge anybody to go out and say niggardly.
That's the one I was thinking of, in fact. Yes.
Mhm.
Which means stingy.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with race in any way, shape, or form. But if you say that to someone, they'll be like, oh, you know, it's
Well,
kind of
somebody
like
got
when
fired
people go out
over
with
it,
those
wasn't it the
polls.
case?
What?
Was it the case that somebody got fired over just that one?
I don't know,
I'll
but
have
I
to
remember
look.
all those sort of like fake on the street surveys where people would say, like, how do you feel about, like, should Homo sapiens be allowed to do this, that, or the other thing? And so many people were like, well, I mean, I'm pretty tolerant, but, and it's like, wow, dude, seriously?
Yeah.
Homo sapiens, that's what they said. And what was the question?
No, well, I don't remember the exact question off the top of my head, but it was something like should Homo sapiens be granted full rights or something like that?
And if it was me, I'd be like, okay, first of all, you're basically asking a human, if someone were to ask me, should Homo sapiens be granted full rights? It's like, no shit, there should be some...
Well, that's the point, honey.
There's people out there who are that stupid that they don't know what's being said.
Yeah.
Right.
Should
Yeah.
Homo sapiens, aka humans, be granted full rights? No shit.
We get it, honey. We get it.
The point, dude, is that people don't get it. People hear homo and
they think,
don't realize.
they think same-sex touch.
But me, if you're saying should Homo sapiens,
We got it, honey. We've got it. We've got it.
We get it. We get it.
Yes, homonym.
Yeah.
People are it's a form of selective hearing, in all honesty, where they hear a part of a word and automatically stop hearing the rest of the word.
Well, it's kind of like when people went out and tried to preach the dangers of dihydrogen monoxide.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like dihydrogen monoxide can kill you if you breathe it. It's like, no shit. Water is going to kill you if you breathe it because it's water. It's a fluid.
There's another point to this, but never mind. As Kate keeps saying, it's the stupid people out there. That's the point.
What's even worse is that we're catering to them. We are enabling their stupidity.
Yeah.
I would really like to see, well, at least in certain things like the physical danger thing and everything else, let them Darwinize themselves for Christ's sake.
The problem is they're more likely to Darwinize the rest of us.
No, okay, I get you.
Yeah, especially in the case of anti-vaxxers.
Oh, let's not even get started.
Okay,
on
I have to wonder though. I mean, like, will anti-vaxxers harm anyone but the people not getting vaccinated?
Well, there is the possibility that an anti-vaxxer could cause trouble for someone who cannot receive a vaccination.
a vaccine.
Right, but that's not my question. My question is is there any way that not getting vaccinated will spread a plague even to the people who are, or something?
Yes.
I get the impression that if a virus mutates to be more resistant to vaccines, that's one thing. But if everyone's vaccinated against disease X, except for these people, are those people the only ones in danger because they're not vaccinated?
No.
Or will it have a spillover effect? And what will that spillover effect be?
It could have a spillover effect because even though the virus may not mutate to be immune to vaccines, it could mutate to the point where that particular vaccine is not effective.
Then everybody is in trouble.
Right.
Usually that only happens though if I mean, how do I put this? If the vaccine doesn't kill everything, then it gets more powerful. But it's not going to get more powerful if it's just killing the people who aren't vaccinated, because it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, my tendency is to think that only the anti-vaxxers are in big trouble. Well, only the anti-vaxxers and the elderly, the kids, the people, the immunocompromised. But how many of those are there compared to the rest of us? It's the other question to ask.
Okay, so we're skipping to something like epidemics that are now bed bugs. There's one. Everybody thought bed bugs were eradicated, and now they have become an epidemic again because people stopped
caring,
taking appropriate action and now you go into a hotel room, you have to be concerned if you set your stuff down on a bed that you're going to have bed bugs in the bed. Hotels aren't even safe anymore.
I'm trying to think, and you know how hard that is for me, whether that is equivalent to measles or polio, that sort of thing. I'm not getting anywhere in my head meats, as Kate would say,
Okay.
to see if there's an equivalence going.
Okay. People can be so severely allergic to a bed bug bite that it can cause anaphylactic shock.
Yes, I get that.
And the problem is that most people who get bed bugs don't even know they have them until it's too late.
Right.
Because
Mom and I
they're
got
not-
lucky. We detected them early.
Yeah. It's not something that's fun to deal with. And the problem is people renting homes that have carpeting in them. A lot of the landlords don't stop and think that a previous tenant could have them. And so you move in, and this is how we got them. We moved into a house, a mobile home, and they had bed bugs, and we didn't know about it until it was too late. And by that point, you can't just leave. You're stuck in a lease.
Right.
But you're
right.
the one who has to find a way to pay for the exterminator unless you can talk your landlord into paying for it, because they're the ones who did not appropriately check the trailer.
Yeah, well,
or
we've
the
got to have
house,
a
or
we've got to have a
whatever.
discussion on that one day on a show, and really beat the crap out of that one, because I think there's some changes needed here, as to measures landlords should take, responsibilities of landlords and of tenants, that sort of thing. We're not in any decent shape as far as infestations are concerned.
Now, of course, the whole bed bug thing can also be likened to superbugs, these recent strains of bacteria that have become, well, let's just say bacteria that have ended up becoming resistant to, or in some cases immune to, most of the antibiotics that we use. We're having to use more and more powerful antibiotics, which can cause more and more damage to the healthy bacteria.
Well,
the
but that was
stuff
my
we need.
point. That was a point I was making before about how, like, we get superbugs because they are resistant to the vaccines. But I don't think that anti-vaxxers can cause that, because they're not doing anything that these viruses have to resist.
Yeah, because what I'm thinking here is there's a difference between an apartment, let's say, infested with bed bugs, and a person who is refusing a vaccine because the apartment that is infested with bed bugs has multiple tenants going through it.
Right.
That's how it got the bed bugs there in the first place.
Right.
With the person refusing the vaccine, there's no multiple tenancy issue going on here. There's only the
No,
one person.
but-
And as Shadow Kitty said, the measles outbreak in New Jersey, someone returning from Israel spread it to the Jewish community. I take it, Shadow Kitty, that the Jewish community was one of those highly orthodox communities that refuse vaccines, refuse everything, and that whole thing. But that
Chickenpox.
was their thing with, okay, we're not going to do this, so we are exposing ourselves to this. There's no overflow. I mean, the neighboring communities didn't have a problem, right? Or did they?
I'm not sure, but the issue I take into that is you're bringing up the multiple tenancy issue.
Well,
So the multiple tenancy issue could be similar if you look at a human and you look at the viruses sort of going in, because multiple viruses
that's
can.
stretching.
Yeah, it is stretching.
But
True,
Well,
but
a
well,
virus, a vaccine virus, chickenpox.
You know, my parents did a natural vaccine for that one. They basically
Yeah.
found another kid with chickenpox and made me
Right.
play with them.
Right.
Hey,
Well,
Kate,
but
it doesn't
now-
always work. You're talking to
Yeah.
somebody
Yeah, the
who
thing
was
is
exposed to
with that-
chickenpox and didn't get it.
The thing is with that is that you have a higher chance of getting shingles now
Right.
Yeah, and
because
that,
you had
Shingles-
chickenpox that way.
that concerns me.
shingles.
Fortunately, they've developed a shingles vaccine.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but the thing was that people who get the chickenpox vaccine are less likely to develop shingles than the chickenpox parties of, I believe it was the 70s and 80s.
Now, see, I got Tornado the vaccine. He had the vaccine, and he still caught chickenpox.
Thankfully, it was mild.
I was
Yeah,
gonna,
he
I
had
was
a
going to
very
ask
mild-
if it was a full-blown case or if it was attenuated.
Yeah, he had the itchy bumps and that would pop up, but it was a mild form of it. He had the fever. He had to be out of school for 2 weeks until they were sure he wasn't going to have another outbreak of it. But he didn't have it all over his entire body. He wasn't
That's what I
coated
was.
like you
That's what my question was.
It was mostly on my. It was. I first noticed it when
Arms
I was on
and
my belly.
chest.
And
Okay.
and belly. Yeah.
I mean,
Whoa!
I don't remember chickenpox even being slightly bad. Like I had scabs on me, but they didn't itch.
Yeah, but the problem is for nowadays for people who have gotten chickenpox, they now have the chance of getting shingles. The shingles virus. My mom just recently got diagnosed with it, and she was talking about how it felt like her body was just burning from the inside out.
Yeah,
Shingles can be very unpleasant, and the elderly are the ones that are more likely to die from this vaccine, from this virus, and shingles can kill.
Well, the elderly
It can
are more
also,
likely to die
depending on
anyway. So.
depending on where it shows up too. A common place for you to get shingles is around your forehead, and that can go into your eye and blind you.
Yep.
You know, I'm not even 100% certain what shingles is because the name of it does not describe it.
Okay, shingles is a form. It's the chickenpox. But you don't get the blistered bumps. A lot of times you just get a rash, but the rash is severe and it's more irritating than chickenpox itself. Chickenpox is usually little tiny bumps that you pop by scratching them, just kind of like poison ivy.
and of course you're not
with-
supposed to do that because you spread that way.
Right. Shingles is a rash that is just all over.
You know, that's not the way I remember chickenpox, though. I remember chickenpox not so much as bumps, but scabs.
Right, because you probably scratched them.
No, they were just scabs.
Okay.
Well,
You might have had a super mild case.
Way
My
back
sister had a
when.
super mild case when she was a kid.
Well, I mean,
Now-
that's the thing is, as I understand it, the later it is that you get chickenpox, the more severe the symptoms.
Yeah.
Like that's
Oh,
part
yeah.
of why my parents made me play with another kid who had chickenpox when I was like 4 or 5 to make sure that it was not a huge deal.
Yeah, and
Right.
this is what
Yeah.
concerns me a little bit. Way back when, in the deep dark past, my sister had a roaring case of chickenpox. I'm in the same household, that sort of thing. I never got the disease. I never got chickenpox, where by all rights I should have. I'm trying to remember now. She was about 9 or 10, if memory serves. So I was
You
13.
might have had-
I was 13 or 14. And
Okay, you probably had already had the chickenpox vaccine.
to my recollection, I was not vaccinated against chickenpox because let me look.
I don't think the chickenpox vaccine was developed until around the 80s.
That's what I was about to say.
Because when I was a kid, the chickenpox vaccine did not exist.
Now,
Yeah,
something
it did.
interesting about the whatever the word is, etymology of the word vaccine.
Entomology.
No, that's a insect.
Wow.
Yeah, entomology is bugs.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can never
entomology is bugs, etymology is words. And
Yeah,
I just take a look here, and according to the Google search, the varicella vaccine was licensed in the U.S. in 1995.
Really? Well, that's a concern because I don't remember having chickenpox.
I know I didn't.
The thing
Yeah,
about
I got the chicken pox because my mom was like, because basically I lived on base and I don't remember much about it because I was really, really little. But I remember my mom and the other parents being like, all right, round up every child in this neighborhood and they're all going to get together and play. And let's knock the chicken pox out so that when they're adults, they don't have to worry about getting it as an adult. They've already gotten it as a child.
Well, I must have because I didn't catch it from Tornado when he had it. So.
Okay, then, because
and here's the funny thing is when I had gotten chicken pox, it's like my belly was. I was almost tempted to scratch my belly. It's like I didn't notice it until partway through the day. And then when I lifted up my shirt, I noticed red bumps starting to break out all over my shirt. And I said, oh, shit. But not in that terminology, of course. But I immediately went up to my school. Yeah, immediately went up to my school
We are
teacher.
getting a weapons grade echo right now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and I don't know where it's coming from.
Not me, I don't think.
Crap. It might be my headset like being picked up by my mic. I've got the headset.
You're echoing too. You know what? When I speak, I see the ring that goes when someone's speaking around Tornado.
Okay. You might want to
Here,
take a
let's see
look
if
at
this
what's
helps.
going on.
Hold on, I think I can fix this.
You might have.
Let's see.
No,
Volume
you didn't.
No,
control
there's the echo.
options.
Yeah.
I got the echo.
Yeah.
No,
we can still hear it,
you
but it's not-
don't
it's not as
echo, but
bad.
we do when, yeah.
Okay.
It's a little better now than it was
See if I
before.
can- let's see if I can fix this. Properties. Listen
Yeah, people
levels.
talking
There we
about,
go. Here, is this any better?
now you're echoing where you were not before. Interesting.
I toned it down a bit.
Now, I muted my mic to make sure it wasn't me.
Okay, you definitely just had some echo there when you did that.
Okay,
Yeah.
how about now? Am I audible still?
You
You're
are
still
audible, and
No
there is
echo?
still echo.
Well, he can't use his headset. His headset speakers are not working, so he's got his speakers going, and his mic.
That'll do it every time. Yeah.
So.
Mhm.
Okay, at least now we've localized it.
Mm-hmm. I'm just
Still.
debating.
You want to know something interesting about the etymology of the word vaccine?
No.
I know where it comes from, hun.
Cow.
Yes.
Moo.
No.
Latin word for cow. Fozzie is a sponsor of Latin. Waka waka. That's how you actually pronounce cow in Latin is waka.
Actually, I'm trying to remember. I think when I was learning Japanese, it came up or something. I heard people say wakjin like that for vaccine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And cowpox was actually named the vaccinia virus. I think it was vaccinia zoster or something. In the same family as chickenpox and smallpox.
Watashi wa?
Of course, I mean that is a thing. Is that like there are certain words that are really hard to say in Japanese, like
Oh God, yes.
like they don't have a V sound.
Mm-hmm.
So that would explain why wakchin like that would be how they'd have to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is really interesting.
Yeah, and isn't Japanese another language that tends to borrow from everybody else as well? Because I know English basically takes people to the back alleys and steals their verbiage, and then goes through the pockets for spare grammar.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking, is it possible that the Japanese is borrowing modern, and when I say modern, I mean within the past 50 years terms, from English, where the U.S. was inventing things and developing things and came up with the words for them that everybody else just wanted to borrow, which is not going to happen anymore because the U.S. is sucking at science and technology. But
there are a lot of things about the English language that totally boggle me, especially like what we call foreign countries versus what they call themselves.
yes,
right? Like,
isn't
how
that
the
interesting?
hell did we get German out of Deutsch?
Yeah.
And like Japan, though, like I don't know what the difference is, why they choose one over the other, but it can be Nihon or Nippon, and somehow we got Japan out of that.
That
Nihon?
Yeah,
Nihon, the land of the rising sun.
Yes.
but we call it Japan.
Right, Nippon, isn't that the language?
No, it's actually Nihongo is the language.
Nihongo.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Like the go suffix is language. Like English is ego. French is furansugo. Like that. So yeah, Nihongo is Japanese language, is what that is.
And we ended up calling it Japanese.
I'm just wondering
I don't get it.
I wonder if there was a pronunciation going on that someone heard as a J. But it's amazing how people hear things. Because I can see if you did that, you could get Japan out of Nippon. But then,
Depending upon how thick their accent is.
right. And then that does not, however, apply to Deutschland becoming Germany.
I don't get it. I really don't. And it seems like the fact that we call people from Holland or the Netherlands the Dutch. I mean, why would you think that the Germans would be the Dutch? Because of Deutschland.
Right, that's a good point.
Yep. I don't understand.
How did
I
we
really
like my Granny Wimbeck, she always said, I am not German, I'm Pennsylvania Deutsch.
There is a big difference. Yes, there is.
Mm-hmm.
But
and she spoke German.
Yeah, and my most recent ex, came from a long line of Pennsylvania Germans who did not like to be called Pennsylvania Dutch. But of course, I can understand where Pennsylvania Dutch came from. Somebody mishearing Pennsylvania Deutsch, thinking it's Pennsylvania Dutch.
Yeah,
that's easy enough.
One thing that annoys the hell out of me is if I'm ever filling out a form or a survey or something, and there's a race question, and they don't have mixed. They'll have other sometimes. They'll list like the ones that they're like they expect people to most likely be, and then there'll be other. And I'm like, I suppose technically I could be other because I'm not just any of those, but I'm a lot of those all at once, and they won't have a mixed category. Maybe other will have a line that lets you write mixed beyond all belief. If everyone fucked everyone till we're all the same color, you'd look like me.
I'd love to write that.
But they don't have mixed. It's not there. It's not an option, and that pisses me right the fuck off.
Yeah, they need that.
See, that's what my mom always calls us. She's like, You're not any one race. You're a Heinz 57.
I need Asian to get this set. That's basically what it is I've got everything but Asian.
Okay, yeah.
Basically, what'd you say, Kate, how'd you phrase it? I want to hear that again. I thought that was hysterical.
If everyone fucked everyone until we're all the same color, you'd look like me, and isn't that tragic?
I'd love to write that. I'd love to just put that down.
Kate, you got to put that on a T-shirt, and you got to do the merch thing with it.
That would be pretty cool. It's kind of like one of my favorite drinks to order. It's not fun to drink it because it's gross, but my favorite drink to order is the slow, comfortable screw against the wall Mexican style.
Okay.
Now the name of the drink tells you what's in it. It's all of the ingredients. Because slow is slow gin, right? Comfortable is Southern Comfort. Against the wall is Galliano, and you don't get that unless you're a bartender.
Right.
And so slow, comfortable screw. Oh, screw, right? Screwdriver. So vodka and OJ. Against the wall is Galliano, and Mexican style is a tequila floater. Right, so that is a slow, comfortable screw against the wall Mexican style. All of the ingredients are right in the name. Like I say, it's fun to order, but it's not the best thing to drink because it's an alcoholic graveyard and not everything in it goes together.
Yeah,
Right.
I wouldn't even touch it. Oh, by the way, Robert X has a very good point. Deutschland wasn't even a thing 200 years ago.
Right.
Because, okay, everybody thinks of Nazi Germany when you hear Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles. Wrong. That was the national anthem developed when the states, the German states, whatever, united into a single Deutschland. So you have that unity above all, rather than the German people above all.
Originally, Germany was called the Holy Roman Empire.
Wow, my chat is way delayed because the thing Robert X just said popped up after your explanation.
Wow, because his has been up for quite a while over here.
Yeah, it just popped up.
I'm refreshing the chat.
Yeah.
Now remember,
let's catch up there.
Germany used to be called the Holy Roman Empire.
Did it?
I don't know that Germany was called the Holy Roman Empire. What I do
Yeah,
know is
that
that
doesn't
the
sound
Holy
right at
Roman
all.
Empire extended over a great square footage of Europe.
Carpet land.
And what have the Romans ever done for us?
Such as giving us the names of the planets.
Yeah, it's a reference to Life of Brian. You
Yes.
have to see the movie.
Yes.
The aqueduct. Oh, the aqueduct. And the roads. Well, the roads go without saying. Sanitation. Oh, yeah. Remember what the city used to be like? You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, so aside from the aqueduct, roads, viniculture, sanitation, etc., what have the Romans ever done for us? Oh, peace. Fuck off, you know. Oh, such a great movie. I love Life of Brian.
I need to
Indeed.
watch that all the way through. I still have yet to see it all the way through.
Why?
Well, the
Just
funny
die
thing
in
is, you
fits of
can
giggles?
find this interview where like John Cleese and Michael Palin are on an interview show talking about Life of Brian, and then they get like a biblical scholar and a priest onto
I've
the
seen
panel.
it. I've seen it. Yes.
Oh my gosh, the level of hatred. Like,
Yes.
it's very mild mannered, but the level of hatred they leveled on Life of Brian was crazy.
Yeah.
And they kept insisting that Brian was supposed to be Jesus, despite the fact that Jesus is in the movie as a different character.
Right.
And one thing that
right.
amuses the hell out of me, amuses me so much, is that the guy playing Jesus during the Sermon on the Mount scene is the same guy who plays Captain Nita in The Empire Strikes Back.
Okay then.
I'm just
Well,
saying.
that's like in the new Star Wars movies. The guy who plays what's his name? Talon? The redhead. In the newer movies. Do you remember who his name is?
The male redhead? I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he's played by the same actor who played Bill Weasley.
Oh
from
yeah,
the
I
Harry
remember.
Potter movies.
Hmm.
Looks
Yeah.
totally different.
I didn't realize it until memes started going around where it was like Bilious Weasley. It's like a howl sending a. It was like a meme, like sending a howler. It's like your father is in trouble at the ministry because of your actions. Come home immediately.
Yeah. You have no
I loved
reason to
it.
be out in space. Come home.
Yeah, pretty much, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, don't even get me started on how much crap Disney is with their
Oh,
Star
yes.
Wars, but that's another
Yeah.
issue
That's
entirely.
some-
That's a can of worms we probably shouldn't open because I am not going to hold back
a can
on
of
my vitriol,
basilisks.
my contempt for the shit Disney has done with Star Wars.
What about the
Uh-huh.
shit J.K. Rowling did to Harry?
Oh, let's not even go there.
Yeah. Um,
JP Rowling, oh my god, she
Okay.
was yeah. Hmm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've read the Harry Potter books and I enjoyed them. I watched the movies and enjoyed most of them. But
Yeah.
I honestly, and I'm sure there's people who don't get my obsession with actual Star Wars, but the obsession, the level of obsession I saw from some people who love Harry Potter was, to me, excessive because I didn't understand it. I didn't understand why they thought it was that good. I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty fun, but
For me,
eh,
a lot of it has to do with bonding with my little sister.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that if my sister liked it as much, and it kind of feeds off each other in that case. But she and I both absolutely adore the Harry Potter books.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm in the weird position of I don't like J.K. Rowling
No.
as
I
a
understand that.
person,
Yeah.
so I will never hand her another piece of my money. But
Yeah.
if somebody creates like Ravenclaw stuff that's not related to her, like fan art and shit, I will go and buy that instead.
well,
See,
it's
my
the same
thing-
thing with me and Disney Star Wars. I've seen, Cocoa Krispies with Star Wars characters on it, and I'm like, well, Disney's not getting my money for that. You know, I won't buy the new video game that just came out. I think it's sort of like Knights of the Old Republic, but post Disney style or something. I'm sure as hell never going to their Orlando Calrissian Park in Florida. It's just like
Yeah.
I'm not giving Disney giving Disney money for fucking up one of my favorite movie series.
So you wouldn't
Oh,
go
yeah,
to
and
Disney
that's
World at
fair.
all?
I said I'm not going to the Star Wars park.
Okay. That's
I'm
fair.
not giving them my
Star Wars
money
isn't exactly my
for
favorite franchise
their Star
either.
Wars shit. I'm like, okay, there's a couple of Disney movies that came out where if they came out now, I'd still go see them. But yeah.
I'm a fan of Harry Potter. I like Harry Potter, but as a parent and someone who's lived through some of the same shit that Harry lived through, I can sit there and go, I don't agree. I honestly, Dumbledore was seriously abusive.
Oh, Dumbledore was fucked up.
He
see,
was
and-
royally fucked
And
up.
the thing is that I recognize that.
Mm-hmm.
I recognize that. Also, like, people idolize Snape, and I'm like, you shouldn't idolize Snape. Really, you should.
No.
But the thing is that entire world was kind of fucked up. The more you think about it, because the way they handled trials, the way they handled this, and I do think that you should wait until you're a certain age to read Harry Potter due to that.
Oh yeah.
But the thing is that it's one of those things where it's like I love it despite all of its flaws.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give any more money to any more new things that JK comes out with.
Well, I have to admit, I do have a certain affection for fucked up fiction because I know it's fiction. You know, it's sort of like a kind of how do I put this? because vicarious is the wrong word, but there is a certain kind of darkness I really enjoy. Like, I don't know if any of you have seen a Netflix original show called Sick Note.
No.
And to tie this into Harry Potter, it's got Rupert Grint as the main character. So
Okay.
he's the one who played Ron Weasley. It's also got Nick Frost in it. And it's basically about this guy who is falsely told by his doctor, like accidentally, it was a mistake, told he has cancer. And so he starts doing like all the sort of saying goodbye to people and talking about his job and all this stuff. And then he finds out that he doesn't have cancer, actually, but he's done all of this stuff that he doesn't know how to handle because he thought he had it, that he starts to lie about it. And he tells like one lie that ends up snowballing into these consequences where people are getting killed and breaking up relationships and stuff, all because of this one lie that had this huge effect. And it is dark in a very comedic way, because it's clearly a sitcom, but not like your typical 3-camera sitcom like Friends or any shit like that. But it is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. But if what happened in that show ever happened in real life, I'd be horrified. You know, so there's a vicarious thrill to dark humor, or even just to a dark world. Like I don't really enjoy. Like, you remember in the 90s, there was this whole like obsession over vampires. And
Okay, yeah.
I was like, I'm not really into that kind of dark because it takes itself too seriously. It takes itself way too seriously. But when dark is done for comedy, I love the crap out of it.
Well, most people don't realize that Anne Rice, the same Interview with a Vampire author, wrote some extremely racy and graphic BDSM novels.
Oh yeah, I knew that. Yeah.
The Beauty and the Beast series. That, oh my god!
Beauty and the Beast. You mean the Disney classic one?
No, God,
no.
This is nothing like the Disney. Oh god, no. This is
it'd be enough to would it be enough to make the Beast go white and curl his hair?
In this particular series of books, the Beast would be played by the Marquis de Sade.
Yes.
So it was nothing like the TV show they did with Linda Hamilton and
no.
Oh, okay.
So
no, we're talking about spanking and leashes and
all that stuff that I just cannot take.
50 Shades of Grey, but with a little bit of magic to it.
Oh, there was no magic involved at all.
So what's the Beast then?
The Beast was just a very
a beastly personality, basically.
Yeah.
So it really has nothing whatsoever to do with the story of Beauty and the Beast, Disney or not, then.
Right.
Okay.
No, that's just what she called it, the Beauty and the Beast series. It was a the
sadist.
Sadist. He was a sadist.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on, because sadist has multiple meanings, multiple connotations.
It does.
Because there are sadists who are, with this, where they have consent and all that stuff.
It depends on
like, you could legitimately point to like various dictators or something who just get off on other people's pain without all of the consent, without it being a sex game. So you really got to clarify sadist in this context.
Okay. He was both.
Was it a sadist with or without consent?
Both.
Okay, without consent's bad.
Right. Like I said,
consent is the whole point of BDSM.
I know this, but the books were not all nice and sweet and about consent. These books were adult books that explored the different facets of BDSM, both
Like I said,
consent and not having consent.
If the if the characters from the Disney classics saw it, it would make the Beast's hair go white and curl.
I don't think they could even relate to it in the first place. Not
they,
really
they
the
wouldn't
point.
be able to. So yeah, Anne Rice has a very dark side to her.
Yes.
And most people don't even realize it.
Some of it kind of shows in the other stuff she's done, but not to the extent as the Beauty and the Beast. No.
Yeah.
Mom, let me put it this way: it'd make a hard-boiled psychologist weep with fear.
Just let it go.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, you're trying way too hard to be funny, and it's not working.
Yeah, just let it go. AFK minute. I gotta let my beast in. Be right back.
I
admit I have a slightly darker side to me, but like I say, it's almost inevitably humorous in a way. Or it's like there are certain things I think would be absolutely hilarious in fiction that is like has those sort of end up in hell endings to them. But in real life, I'm like, yeah, I would want nothing to do with what I'm picturing if it was real. Nothing.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, for example, one of the things like genres of fiction that I absolutely adore is post-apocalypse stuff, like the Road Warrior or the Fallen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But you wouldn't want to live
and then
it.
Also, like, I don't know if you've seen Stranger Things, but I also love the sort of like underground secret lab where they're doing experiments either on people to like either give them powers or to like do horrible things to them to see what would happen, or trying to open portals to other worlds where it goes completely wrong and aliens or whatever stream out and start taking over the earth or something. I love that sort of darker style of fiction. But what I don't like in darker fiction is when it's people wallowing in misery. You know, like that was all the frick over the 90s where people just loved that, so tragic shit. And I'm like, no.
Get over it.
No. You know, I mean, someone being psychologically tortured, like that's their personality, not into it. But the world going to crap and people trying to live in it, I like that.
Yeah,
like the Fallout series of video games.
Oh yeah, I mean,
one of my mods.
How many bobbleheads do I have on my geek shelf?
Oh, and Treya.
Looks like you have some repeats there.
No, they're all the same. They're just covered up by Tron. Or, I mean, like each one of those is for a different skill, but you can't see what like the thing they're holding that makes them different. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that makes
like there's the tool using skill, there's the lock picking skill, there's the running skill, there's the scouting skill, and each one of those bobbleheads represents a different one.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have friends who are always like, I am afraid to send you stuff because you might get a repeat. And I was like, I'll just have a collection of repeats then. That's not a biggie. Send me stuff.
I have 2 copies of season 11 of The Big Bang Theory.
Wow. That's like me. I have some books that I have 2 copies of because I couldn't remember if I had it or not. So I went out and bought it again.
Yeah, that's happened once or twice.
And I actually cut down on my book collection. I probably have, oh my God, 600 or 700 books. Paperback books.
When you used to have 2,000?
Yeah. I cut down on them when I moved.
I accidentally ended up with this. Right?
Okay.
Both the same DVD set. And because I was like, I bought one of them to get Fright Night. And then I forgot that the Blob was also on there. And I wanted a copy of the Blob. So I ordered both, or I ordered it again. And oops. So, yeah.
Oh my!
I've discovered lately that because movie prices are insane now.
Oh,
Like to
aren't
go see
they?
a movie in the theater, it's like $15 or something. But
yeah.
if you wait for the disc to come out, it'll be $9.
And you can watch it over and over and over and over and over.
Exactly.
So,
Geostorm.
oh
Oh
god.
my! Yeah, it's been so long. One of the reasons that I have not seen a film in a theater in years and years and years is the price. It's just crazy.
Well, that and a
Another
lot of the movies out these days are just such utter garbage.
That's the other
Like,
reason.
the last movie that I felt inspired to see was either Incredibles 2 or Deadpool 2, and I forget which. But there has not been a trailer that I've seen lately that made me go, ooh, and want to go see it.
Yeah.
What about Godzilla?
She's not a
Whatever.
Godzilla fan.
You'd have to ask
Yeah.
You'd have to ask Gar and Raw about that.
Mm.
No.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
Rod
I haven't
Godzilla
seen
fan.
the original Godzilla, but I did see the one made by those douche nuggets who made Independence Day, and it was awful. And then there was like another one that
I
came
happen to
out,
like
and
that.
I didn't see it, and I don't know. I'm just not inspired to watch Godzilla.
My thing about movie prices is, okay, they're $15, and then you also have the price of popcorn and candy and sodas. So your one person's trip to the movie is $30.
Yes.
If they want all of the fixings. Okay, you know what? I could sit there and go out and buy 3 DVDs. Pop my own popcorn, go out, buy some candy, have a can of soda with some ice, and there's my movie. Turn off the lights in the house while the TV's playing, and yeah, I'm good to go.
And you're
I
not
don't
running
know
the
if you guys
risk.
have seen my setup here, but I've got this like Mondo huge TV that's hooked up to my computer. But I can also switch the inputs so that it goes to my Blu-ray player, and I basically have a home theater.
Yep.
I've got
There
a hell
you
of a
go.
subwoofer. The only thing I don't have is surround sound, and I don't really feel the need to have it. So I mean, and also if I don't want that, I have my VR rig, which has a bunch of virtual theaters that you can use.
Yeah, see, I have the surround sound. I just haven't hooked it up since we moved.
Now, of
We're
course,
going-
Yeah, and then with
there's
this stuff
so
over
many
here.
options. There's so many options besides going to the theater.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
So
then
many.
there's with the options, you're not running the risk of going to the theater, paying $50, and hating it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Although one thing that's kind of funny, I only have one. I have 2 DVDs on my Amazon wish list right now, but only one of them is for movies. One of them is a box set of a TV show, but it's the 3-movie collection of The Godfather.
Oh,
Now, of course,
okay.
me.
Yeah. And I should probably just buy it myself instead of hoping someone sees my wish list and buys it, because it's 3 movies for $9.50.
Nice.
that's
And these are long ass movies. When they were on
Yes.
VHS, it was 2 tapes each.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
So kind of like Goodfellas. So I should probably just fucking buy it, but whatever.
The amazing thing, you talk about the wish list. I actually put a wish list up a little while ago, and I ended up receiving a couple of cables. Somebody was nice enough to spend $5 on a cable and send it to me. Thank you, whoever the hell you were.
Well, one thing that's kind of fun about wish lists, though, is when Giftmas and my birthday roll around, and those 2 are 10 days apart, all of a sudden my wish list starts to empty out.
Okay,
And,
then.
I am very grateful for the generosity of my subscribers. It still boggles me that people even want to do this for me. But, it's still, there's a thrill to it of just like, aha, 'tis the season,
Now, of course, my question to you, Kate, is: did you like Independence Day, and why don't you like Godzilla?
Independence Day was all right at the time, but watching it over, okay, there is one thing that bugs the crap out of me about those movies, because I appreciate people of all races, but I hate tokenism. And the people who made
Okay.
Independence Day, do their best to put at least one person of every race in all of their movies. And it feels so artificial. Like if you want to write a black character, an Asian character, a white character, a Mexican character, or any other Hispanic character, whatever, I'm perfectly happy with it. But when they are trying to tick every checkbox, I'm like, no.
Plus, you have to admit that the 1998 Godzilla did kind of run away from everything.
Well, also, I wanted to add,
I really disliked the Godzilla that the same people made is that they had absolutely no respect whatsoever for the original.
Yeah, and that's
the
important.
original was a walking tank.
Well, but still, I mean, they made it. They tried to make Godzilla look like a T-Rex, and it didn't work. Mm-hmm. It was Godzilla in name only.
Yeah, that's actually one of the fan nicknames.
Plus, they didn't have Raymond Burr, and it's very important. You know, you got Raymond Burr in the middle of this Japanese monster movie. It's like, what is he doing there? In a funny way.
Now, of course, Toho did not like the 1998 Godzilla either, but they actually loved the 2014 Godzilla.
Well, it's because they took it back to its roots.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I just like the big monster movies. You know, the City Destroyer. Like I was never a big fan of King Kong either. You know, it's just not a genre that inspires me. I don't hate it, but I feel no need to seek it out.
That's an interesting thing because when I'm thinking about the two of them, I do prefer Godzilla to King Kong, possibly because to me Godzilla seemed to be even freakier than Kong.
King Kong.
Yeah.
Kong is this giant ape that gets shot at.
So
what are your feelings on Rodan?
Rodan.
It's basically like if Godzilla was a pterodactyl.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. I was trying to place the name. Okay, that works. No, of course. That works.
Yeah. And what are your feelings on Mothra?
I remember Mothra. Godzilla, while we're at it.
What the heck? What was the turtle's name?
Gamera.
Oh, yeah.
That I loved.
It's not actually part of the Toho-verse.
I loved that character, or whatever you want to call it. You know, with the draw the legs in and it starts spinning around with the sparklers going and the whole. That was nuts.
You know what that reminds me of? Black Belt Theater. How many people watch Black Belt Theater?
Never heard of it.
Oh my God. Okay. It was the campiest sort of ninja and Chinese karate movies that exist. You can't find them anymore.
I had a truly horrible idea for a movie.
Oh boy.
It would be a samurai or ninja wedding movie called Maid of Honor.
Oh.
They would actually, I'm pretty sure they have a few of those.
It wouldn't shock me. I mean, they have a ninjas versus zombies movie, so why wouldn't they have that?
Are we saying Maid of Honor as in MADE or MAID?
Yes.
Does it matter? Does it really matter?
It's a play on words.
Yeah. I mean, either one would work. Either one.
They were mostly in the beginning black and white movies with the awesome wire stunts and stuff like that were just amazing. And then you've got some of them that are just like the dubbing was off. And you'd see their mouths move, and then you'd get their text or voices, and then their mouths would move, and it's just like and mouth moving, mouth moving, mouth moving, mouth moving, mouth moving.
Well, it reminds me of like anime before anime was a thing. Like I
Yeah.
remember watching Voltron and all of those when I was little, and like there were a couple of things about it that bugged me because there was no attempt to lip sync whatsoever. Mouths just did this, right? Like their and it always seemed weird to me because they would not get good voice actors to do the dubbing, and so
Oh,
it always
yeah.
sounded weirdly unnatural the way they
Yes.
would speak. And so like even at an early age, I knew there was something different about these cartoons. I didn't know they were Japanese because my age was in the single digits still.
Right.
But all of them had a very similar art style, and all of them had that weirdly bad dubbing, and I did not know what was up with that, but I knew there was something unusual about them. Another thing that kind of bugged me about Voltron, I mean, they like every Voltron episode was the same. There'd be I think they called them Robeasts, a big bad like robot thing that would be attacking. And so they would try to attack it as lions and it wouldn't work. So they'd form Voltron and it wouldn't work. So they'd form Blazing Sword and chop it in half. That was the whole episode. But what do the other characters do when they form Voltron? Because it's like, okay, move left leg, now move right leg. Like they couldn't coordinate enough to fight like an actual robot. It would be so disjointed. So how did it work? Are like the characters in the limbs just along for the ride while the main character who forms the head is controlling Voltron or what? They never explained it. Never. And it bugged me.
And now they've got the new Voltron.
Which I haven't watched.
And that's like the new Sailor Moon. Oh my god.
They need to stop doing the new fill in the blank. Make something original, you fuckers.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, because like people don't seem to understand. Like my objection to characters being race flipped or gender flipped is not the fact that, oh, look, now it's a minority, even though I don't like tokenism very much. But it's just that you could have taken essentially the same characters and like made a completely new universe, a completely new story. And I mean, I realize the whole idea is, well, we don't want to take the risk because we know if we revamp something that used to be popular, it should be successful because it'll feed into that nostalgia. But I don't care. You're not giving me anything to watch.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, of course, the thing with certain reboots is they have appeal. Certain reboots have appeal, like My Little Pony G4.
Well, okay. I was never into the original. And I have to admit, I love the new original movies. Although Star Trek Into Darkness was crap, but I mean, the first one and the third one were actually pretty good.
Star Trek Beyond,
I understand why a Trekkie would hate them because they felt more like Star Wars than Star Trek. They were. I mean, you know, so I enjoyed them, but then again, I'm also a big hunkin' Star Wars fan, and I can understand Trekkie outrage at those movies completely.
I wasn't out. I think that Abrams went a little overboard with the lens flare. But you know, they.
It's
even
like
the
Michael Bay's
movie,
explosions, what Abrams is to lens flares.
Yeah,
Michael Bay sucks so hard, but go on.
Yeah, the second movie, Into Darkness, you know, they tried to do
fan service is what they tried to do.
Yeah, to Khan, and the thing is that while they gave him his particular villainy in the end, the whole aspect of Khan was saving his family, but they went overboard with making it all about saving. They didn't do much about his villainous past. Khan was a warlord villain.
Yes, absolutely. And this is what I don't. This is what I can't stand about the idea of these plots that were coming out in the more recent films. They are screwing up the backstory so hard that it doesn't even fit. It doesn't even move into what you had in the canon. So why even call it Star Trek? Why
Well,
not
right,
just
one of the things that someone else pointed out that I didn't notice the first time around was that in Star Trek II, the movie with Khan, that when Spock dies trying to save everybody else, as far as anyone knew, the character was dead. It wasn't until the third movie when they brought back, and it wasn't even really him, it was a clone. When they brought him back, well, not a clone exactly, Genesis device. We don't have to get into that.
Right. We get it.
But the whole thing is that it was supposed to be a real sacrifice. But in the reboot with Khan, okay, yeah, they changed it to Kirk, but he comes back to life like almost right away. It's in the same movie. So what the hell was the sacrifice?
Right. Well, and that's another issue is the romance between Spock and Uhura in the reboot. That is another, and it has nothing to do with her being Uhura itself. It's the fact that even in the reboot series, Spock is so disjointed by his own emotional capacity and his own fear of his human side. Why would he get involved with a human? And Uhura, Nichelle Nichols even stated that Uhura was not the type of person to get tied down. She was all about her career. And she was about advancing herself. So technically, getting involved with Spock would be using Spock, and him being a touch telepath. He would know. And they totally destroyed the backstory of the characters.
Yes.
I understand that they were different because of the time stream and the time split, but there are certain key factors that make the characters the way they are that had to still be there.
Yeah.
And Spock would not have wanted to be involved with somebody who was not willing to share her mind. And Uhura is too selfish to share her mind with anybody.
Well, I guess Mom kind of wants me to get sodas right now, so...
You can wait. It's fine.
I'm not going to be going. I'm just going to be muting the microphone and walking.
Okay.
We're still going to have an after show, right?
This is the after show.
Yeah, considering it's 1:48 already.
Maybe where you are.
Yes, where I am.
Yeah, considering it's nearly 2 hours,
2 hours
after we started. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
that
Well,
was
we
the
did have
idea.
technical difficulties.
Yeah, I mean that was the idea here, because I knew I was going to be running into all sorts of problems, and I ended up running into more problems than I thought I was going to run into in the first place.
Right.
But at least we're getting stuff, settled and out of the way and working, and I hope it's working pretty well. You guys over in the chat can tell us how well you think it's working, and we'll just take it from there. I'm just going through an entire reboot here. This period between mid-November and the beginning of January is going to be a lot of stuff going on, and I hope it works out when I've got it all put together and all that sort of thing. We'll see what happens. And
I just hope this COPPA thing blows over.
If you guys hate what it is, then we can always try to check ourselves back to where we were. But I'd like to.
A little.
What?
I'm always a little mystified why people like to watch live streams. I love being in them because I'm interacting. But if I'm watching them, a lot of times I'm frustrated because I'm like, I have a point, but I can't make it.
I know the feeling.
stuff.
Yeah, when I'm watching Cyrus's live streams, I kind of feel the same way, which I should do more of.
Well, he doesn't actually script his videos. Like I participated in one of his videos, and it's really just him reacting to stuff, and then he edits it down later. But I prefer those kinds of videos that he does, where he picks a topic and or responds to someone's videos. His live streams are okay. But I don't really watch them. I don't know. And it's not a kick against him. I love Cyrus to death. He's a great guy. But I just don't like the format.
Okay.
Me, I like to have live streams on for noise.
The only thing I have
that's
been
what Netflix and Hulu are for, but go on.
Yeah. The only thing I've been watching on YouTube lately is because I'm trying to desensitize myself to bees. I've been watching JP the Bee Man.
Yes, I know about that one. We were watching that one.
Yeah.
What was it, a couple nights ago?
Yeah, where he's just removing this giant hive. And actually, this is a different one. This isn't the guy who did the wasp. This is a guy who will sit there and he rehabilitates beehives. And he will move beehives. And it shows him going through the process of finding the beehive, finding the queen in the hive, moving her and the bees into a bee box.
Okay, and then.
So it's very rarely does he ever use anything beyond smoke. He doesn't wear most of the gear unless he knows that the bees are aggressive. And he removed one hive, I was watching it today, that, had been there for several years, and it was massive. It was behind a plywood in a gap in a building. And he pulled this plywood off, and you could just see the wall crawling. There were so many bees. And he's sitting there just pulling it apart with no special gear on, no bee suit. And it's just amazing to watch him.
So there was once I was walking home from Balboa Park, and there was this, I'm looking and I see this thing that looks like a cloud, but it's just over the sidewalk. And I realized, I don't know if they were bees or hornets or wasps or what, but it was this big swirling mass of insects. And I was like, this looks like something from the beginning of a horror movie about viruses that are spread by bugs. And I gave it a very wide berth.
Nato, in other words, the guy you're talking about, the rehabilitator of the beehives, this was not the jackass who shook the branch.
No.
This guy was a whole bunch of fun. He did everything wrong.
Oh my
everything wrong.
Okay, here you go. Oh.
Some jackass shook a branch
with a beehive on it. Yeah, bee swarm on it. Oh my God, no! This guy is much smarter. He respects the bees, and he is very calm. You never see him swatting. You never see him being aggressive towards the bees. Here you go. That's the one I'm currently watching.
Well, I have to admit, I don't like being stung, but bees don't really freak me out exactly. I remember a couple of months ago, heck, it might have been a year ago, someone said, "Oh, hey, there's a bee on you," and they pointed at my hip. I was like, "Oh, thwack, 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 thwack," like totally calmly just snuffed its life out because it was on me. And it shouldn't have been on me, but I definitely didn't panic.
Right.
It was just sort of thwack,
What this guy does is he comes in, people call him to remove beehives, and he will sit there and bring, most of the time, he just brings a simple bee box, a beehive box, and he opens up the hive, and he'll use smoke to make them move, and he looks for the queen, and he will
that madman, by the way.
He'll capture the queen and put her in something that looks kind of like a hair clip, and he'll set her off to the side, and then he'll start removing the honeycomb, and then he'll put it into a brood frame, and basically it's just he takes bits of the old honeycomb, puts it in a frame, and then rubber bands it because the bees will eat through the rubber band once they've filled the comb back in on the frame, and he just puts it in a box. And by that point, of course, because he's already got some of the comb in the hive, the bees are starting to move into the beehive box.
Because they know it's home.
It's funny. I know it's not what you mean, but every time you say he puts them in a bee box, I'm sitting here picturing.
Oh no!
Probably not what she means.
Nope.
But every time.
But he's always talking about he's collecting the bees, and he's using them to promote the fact that honey is good, and honey from the bees is actually better than store-bought honey. It's just a matter of this guy loves bees, and he thinks that they should be moved rather than destroyed.
Oh yes, absolutely. And for practical reasons, as well as humanitarian reasons. And
right.
well, without bees, how would we eat? I mean, they
Yeah,
are
they are the
essential
pollinators.
Yes.
Right. And I mean, it just goes through and shows you the process of removing a beehive safely. And it's amazing to watch him because he runs into so many different situations. And I don't like bees.
Oh, bees are
I have to
fun.
wonder who the first person was who said, "Oh, you see all those insects that like to sting us? Well, let's eat their puke."
Yes.
I'm sure like their first inspiration must have been seeing okay, bears are reaching in there and eating something. There must be something good in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that was the inspiration, but still, somewhere had to say, I'm going to risk being stung all the hell over the place to try and get some of that sweet, sweet vomit.
Yeah.
This is the interesting thing when you start talking about who decided to eat what and everything. You have to think about it going past humans, and who was the first person to decide to eat honey? Are there bees in the region of Africa where we evolved? Were the ancestors of Homo sapiens eating that stuff before they were Homo sapiens? All interesting things to think about.
I think that there was just a local Mikey in damn near every tribe, and it was like, he likes everything. Let's see what he likes.
Yeah,
Well,
really.
You say where we evolved. I think you're giving some people way too much credit.
Yeah,
you got a point there. You really do. Who put the meme in Twitter recently, within the last day or so? Creationists think they did not evolve. They are right.
Oh my God. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Football.
Tacos.
I like, one of the reasons I leave these shows early a lot is just because I get hungry. But I decided last night to buy a big old thing of peanuts, not for the show. Don't flatter yourself. So I have them nearby, near to hand, so I can hang out.
I'd rather have cashews or shelled walnuts.
Oh man, cashews are ambrosia.
Oh,
I love cashews.
Too greasy. They're so greasy. And I cannot stand some of the other, maybe it's just because I got that super taster gene, but there are a lot of nuts out there that just taste frickin' bitter.
Yeah.
Okay.
My thing is that I don't like peanuts. I don't know what it is about them. I just don't like the taste of them. I don't even like to eat peanut butter.
Oh, I like it a lot, especially in Asian dishes. Where there's a lot of Thai food with peanuts in it, and Kung Pao chicken has peanuts in it.
Peanut butter chicken.
I really enjoy that.
I like peanut butter chicken.
I mean,
But,
this was one of the things that a friend of mine said to me about my love of peanut butter and garlic sandwiches. She said, it sounds Thai. And she's right.
Didn't I try that like a year ago and didn't enjoy it?
You might
Like,
have. Yeah, you might
I
have.
think you told us about that like a year ago, and I tried it, and I was like, Now, here's a question: Do
Yes,
you
dear.
use fresh garlic or like garlic powder, or how does it
No,
come?
fresh garlic. No, that's too strong. You know
Roasted?
those jars of chopped up garlic in oil?
Yes.
Yeah, get a little bit of that is what I do, and that onto the
Mild
peanut
amount.
butter.
So maybe
Yeah,
I
it's a
did it
lot. It's a
wrong
lot
then.
milder. No, the fresh garlic. You've got to be a real garlic aficionado to do that on peanut butter. And even I am not that much a garlic aficionado.
Well, I have to admit, I do love garlic. Maybe it's because I have so much Italian, both in my ancestry and in my adoptive dad's ancestry, and all of that. But I adore the crap out of garlic. If I was
Garlic is
ever turned
wonderful.
into a vampire, I'd commit garlic suicide.
Oh man.
Well, yeah,
But I
Hey.
have overdone it. It's possible to overdo it, and I remember hearing people say, if you eat too much garlic, you'll smell like garlic. I was like, I love the smell of garlic. They didn't say you'll smell like rancid garlic. They
Yeah,
didn't say that.
yeah.
So I overdid it
Right.
on the garlic, and for like a couple of days, I refused to leave the apartment just because I was having rancid garlic seeping out of my pores. And I'm like, why didn't someone tell me? Why didn't they qualify you'll smell like garlic with icky garlic? Garlic gone off.
You know what we got to do? I got to get you out here for a Friendsgiving or something like that. Because when I do a turkey, I stuff it with garlic. So you'll have a dozen heads of garlic in this turkey while you're roasting it. And oh my, the aroma in the house is absolute heaven. It really, and the turkey, when you get through roasting it, is not overpowered. It is just a wonderful. So you do the garlic while it's roasting. You do the brining before you roast it. You got a damn perfect turkey on your hands.
Sounds
Now, of
really
course,
good.
It's
my next question, Diana, is would it run every vampire within a city block out of town?
pretty much, pretty much.
There are no vampires in Italy.
Right, absolutely. I've got a couple friends coming over on Thursday, and it's unfortunate in its own way that we're not doing the turkey. We're going to be doing duck and lamb, because with the turkey.
That's Christmas
I
dinner.
want to hook it to your place after I get done cooking.
Okay, fine. Yeah, go ahead.
We've
There's
got-
enough room.
There's going to be 14 people if they all show up at my mom's house. I am not looking forward to that, but we're having
Ew.
ham and
Okay.
turkey and sweet potatoes and mashed potatoes and carrots and corn.
This sounds so much like the holidays at
one of those
Bobka's.
potential, like one of those things where if one person gets cranky, the next thing you know, it's a big family feud. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, 2 cherry cheesecakes,
Oh
Ooh,
my
cheese.
word.
homemade cherry
Oh.
cheese.
Oh Jesus! I'd
I
put 20
am-
pounds on right there.
I
You know
do
what I had
all
again
of-
recently
6
for the
pumpkin
first time in
pies,
like
2
a
apple
decade is
pies.
flan. I hadn't had flan in a very long time, and I
Same
have
here.
to say, at least texture-wise, it's the same as cheesecake.
It is.
Pretty much-
doesn't
yeah,
taste
yeah,
the
yeah,
same.
yeah,
I
yeah.
love that sugar glaze they put on the top of it, where it's like roasted sugar, basically.
Caramel.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. You're making me drool.
Mom Nato, when you're talking about that stuff that's going on and the people and the food and everything, it sounds so much like the holidays at Bobka's. I'm curious. You say you have 14 people. Is that because there are 14 people in the family, or because there were 13 and you cannot seat 13 at the table, so you invite a friend over? Because
Oh no, this is all family members.
Okay, because that's what Babka did. When you added up everybody in the family, all the the parental generation, and then the three of us in my age group, that sort of thing, it came to 13. and you
Okay.
simply could not seat 13 at the table. So Irene Swan, a family
see.
friend, would be
Okay.
there for dinner as well.
So how do you
Ray-
fit 14 instead of 13? It seems like you'd have to subtract somebody.
No, we had 13 and had to add one.
Why?
Ray,
Because you could not seat
Superstition?
13 at Superstition. You couldn't seat 13
Okay,
at the table. That would be a bad thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was
Let's
just
see.
picturing space.
Okay.
Okay. I'm
well,
sorry. Yeah.
Let's see. I could be off on the numbers. Ray, Mom, Paul, Cheryl, Amber, Kate,
Randy and Sloan.
Larish, Randy, Sloan, Larish's boyfriend, me, Talon. So, okay, 12 people. I'm off.
Okay.
I was off by 2, but that's and that's if Kate doesn't bring her boyfriend.
I don't have a
Um,
boyfriend.
Why would Kate have a boyfriend?
No,
Not
that's something that simply would not
our
happen.
Kate, their Kate.
Yeah, I
It's-
am looking forward to Thanksgiving, even though I don't know why I do this to myself every year. I basically cook the
Oh,
entire meal
forgot
practically
me.
by myself.
Yeah.
Well,
oh God.
I made a.
All of, the vast majority of my family is on the East Coast, so really I don't have anywhere to go for Thanksgiving this year, which kind of
Well,
stinks.
yeah.
Oh,
but what
shit.
can you do?
Well,
I'd love to be able to
Well-
fly you out here, really. I'm making a point of having Cassia over and really trying to prevent her hiding. She's the one who is not long for the earth. She's throwing parts like crazy. There is some genetic condition that's causing everything to shut down. And she's being told that she's going to be really, really lucky if she sees 40.
wow.
So, yeah, I definitely don't want her hiding, which she has a tendency to do. Hides quite a lot. And get her over here again. She said, bringing a friend of hers along who's alone for Thanksgiving. I said, yeah, sure. Let's do it. The only disappointment I have on this one is the schedules and everything won't work out so well that we could have a sleepover. Because previously, Cassie would stay overnight, and we'd be talking well into the evening and everything else like
Yeah.
that. But you can't do it this time around. So,
God, I'm hoping somebody brings wine.
No,
okay. Well, here's the thing. There you are, and you're nobody brought the wine, and now you've got wine.
No. You got to understand that the way the cooking goes for Thanksgiving is Mom tells me, do this. So I start working on that. Oh, wait, no, I need this done. But finish what you're doing first. But I need this done now. And it's like, I can't do this and that. You have got to do something. Well, I'm working on this. Well, then that's going to have to wait.
Oh
That's why
man.
I've tried to tell her this week, do everything that you can do ahead of time, like the desserts ahead of time, so we're not struggling to get everything done.
Have you seen those like prank videos that have been going around the internet where someone like brings home a turkey, but they didn't tell anybody as they stuffed like a smaller turkey inside of it.
I've seen
And
one
they
of
pull
those.
it out. And people who don't see it coming are like, oh, it was pregnant. Oh my God. It was
Yes.
pregnant. And it's like,
No,
dude.
I haven't seen that. No.
Yeah.
The one I saw was the people who were pranked were old enough that they should have known that turkeys are not viviparous.
Yeah. And I mean, if someone tried to pull that on me, I'd be like, so is
It's a
this going to
turducken.
be some sort of turducken thing? Or what were you going for here?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Turkey, duck,
remember what it
chicken.
was. I think it
Turducken.
was Malcolm in the Middle was the show.
That
Where
explains-
they had this whole thing of I'm going to cook the turkey inside a monkfish or something, and it was supposed to be this whole Like everyone was grossed out by it, but it turned out really well or something. I don't know.
Huh.
Oh.
Now you've got me thinking. This is dangerous. You do not want to do that. You do not want to get me thinking.
Well, I'm not going to be there to eat it, so you.
No, I will film it while I'm doing it.
If you got food poisoning, you let me know if you were shooting sputum out of both ends, and then I'll decide if I want to try it someday. You know, if you make The Exorcist look like a documentary, it's not coming off on my upper lip. So
I was just have to make lasagna again.
I was disappointed yesterday when I went to Squalmart to find things to eat because I was a little bit on the hungry side and I didn't have anything in the house. I was also looking for risers, if we're familiar with the concept. Put them under the table legs to raise the table up a little bit, and they didn't have any. They advertised having them, and they didn't have any. Because I want to raise the dining table when I'm doing the transgender chef.
Right. If they're advertising them, you're probably going to have to order them online.
Yeah, unfortunately, because I can't do it now. I have decided that there was a problem that occurred 2 years in a row. And I have a feeling it's due to the season, because when I ordered cables and stuff to do the rewiring here, they were to be delivered, right about now, and they really UPS really messed things up. And
yeah, that's holiday.
They did that last year, and okay, it's got to be the holiday season, so I cannot order anything that has to be delivered by common carrier between, let's say, mid-November and the 1st of January.
There's a way to do it. Order it and have them deliver it to the store. And do in-store pickup.
Well, you can't do that with Newegg.
Newegg, okay.
The
table risers.
Say again?
One thing that I recently discovered is a thing is wall Martians. Are you familiar with wall Martians?
I am not familiar with wall Martians.
Now, I don't go to Walmart. There isn't one local.
Good for
I just
you.
Don't. But wall Martians is basically pictures of people who go to Walmart that are super, super creepy.
Oh, so I've seen it and I didn't know that it was called wall Martians. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha,
there's images of people going to Walmart in their underwear.
Yes.
And
yes.
People, like with some of the wackiest hair and outfits. And there's one I'm looking at right now. Now, I understand if people object to fat shaming, but there are limits to what I think there's this one picture of someone on a scooter. And you can see.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Those scooters. Wait a minute. Those scooters have a weight limit. You can only put about 500 pounds on them.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So and there are some wacky pictures. All you have to do is type in wall Martians. And,
oh my word! I'm going to have to do this. Oh God.
Okay. Diana, what I was saying was
yes,
for
dear.
your table risers,
yeah.
You can order them and have them delivered to the store and then pick them up in the store.
I just may do that with the, because I was hoping I could get the risers in hand and actually put the table up such that I could have it ready while I was brining the turkey for the camera.
Yeah.
But I'll just have to not use that this time. And
the only thing I could suggest would be books.
No, you don't.
Under the table legs.
You don't do that to a book. No, that's sacrilege.
Yeah, I know. That depends on the book.
No, as long as I'm just brining. Oh God! Oh no! No!
What is that?
No!
Going to be Tina Turner?
Hey, I know a guy who can do a much better Tina Turner than that, okay? Oh, no.
So...
That is actually amusing.
So, I mean, like I say, wall Martians is a thing, and it's
Okay,
just.
show us some more.
You heard it here, folks.
I'm trying to find more that you can show on YouTube.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you want to get me thrown off. What?
You gotta wonder, like,
Oh, oh, now that's kind of nice. That's.
Toma!
Oh,
Eek!
oh. Okay, I like purple, but oh my God, Chicky.
Wait
Yeah,
a
actually,
minute. No, that's no. That's not as wrong as some of the others, but it's still wrong.
That's wrong. Yeah.
good. Just yeah. Oh dear gods. I mean, I hate to say a lot of these are fat shaming, but that's just like.
Oh, oh no!
She's got 4 sets of boobs. Going back. Oh.
So, I mean, you can find some crazy ass shit if you type in wall Martians. I mean, like for example.
I know somebody who would run around downtown Pittsburgh like that. I haven't seen him in a hell of a long time, but yeah.
There is a guy from Seattle. I'm actually friends with him, who goes by the name Purple Mark, and like he had some weird like psychological break one day and decided that from now on that is Purple Mark. And he's actually one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, but he's got a style to him, to say the least. And yeah, it's a thing.
Okay.
I don't know what to tell you. So, but like I say, really nice guy. I mean, seriously, I'm glad I know him.
Well, this is a very good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look up wall Martians.
Oh, some of the images that I could not show here. You know, like 5 or 6 inch long butt cracks were the images, and just other things, and some of it, I'm sure if I showed it, people would be offended that I find it funny, but yeah.
Oh my. Yeah, Tria, you've had your comment up on the side there for a while, but okay. My dyslexia is showing here. I am mildly dyslexic. I read my house is having game hens, butternut squash, cross-dressing glazed carrots, wild rice, and pumpkin dolls.
Yeah, you're pretty much all over the place. That's not my fault.
I literally read cornbread dressing as cross-dressing, so that's that whole thing, and then the pumpkin dolls. So yeah, it does show up every now and then. It's not debilitating, but it's occasionally humorous. Yeah.
The more tired I get is completely from scratch. I even make the sausage for it from scratch.
Ooh, my brother-in-law used to do homemade sausage. We actually looked forward to that every spring holiday, Easter or whatever they call it.
And I do my own personal mix for the sausage. I take a star anise. Just like one, because you only need one.
You only need one, right?
Fennel, a little bit of fennel.
Same flavor family going on there.
Basil, thyme,
parsley,
oregano,
sage.
rosemary.
Come on.
Yeah, those. And to get the sweetness, and then I chop up some onion, and to get the sweetness in, I take the tiniest bit of sun-dried tomatoes.
Oh.
And chop it up really fine so that you don't bite into the tomatoes. and then I cook that and put it, and obviously like put it in casing and all of that, and then I use that for the cornbread dressing.
Hey, I'll be right over.
Yeah, I
Hey, she's only 2
had
hours away
trouble
from me.
finding. Hey, if you can show up to my house, Mom, I'll feed you. Just letting you know. Just let me know if you're on the way to Jacksonville.
I have to
Not
admit,
this
as much as
Thanksgiving.
like a Friendsgiving at Diana's sounds like it could be a lot of fun, you've mentioned far too often some of the things you want to cook with that would scare me. You know, like if the word intestines is ever thrown around with regard to food, I want nothing to do with it.
Haggis.
I saw some images of haggis once, and I'm like,
What is
no.
no. See, what is the
So-
difference between what is hummus exactly?
It's like ground up chickpeas or something.
Yes.
Yeah, it's chickpeas, a little bit of lemon juice, olive oil. If you do too much more to it than that, there are people who will come after you.
Okay, so it's
Um,
not like haggis.
No.
No.
Haggis is
mind
illegal
you,
in some
hummus-
countries.
Hummus is absolutely disgusting, in my never humble opinion. Ugh. But I mean, within the category of food, haggis and hummus are night and day. Nothing like each other.
Oh yeah, no, there's. But the thing is that I took my mother's cornbread or the cornbread dressing recipe that I have. Like each person who has gotten their hands on it has done something to improve it. It is a 50-year-old recipe. But that my grandmother started, but then my mom said, well, there are things that I want to do that I think would make it better. And then she did, I think she like added some different herbs that weren't originally in it or something.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, I don't like
I'm
the
gonna do this.
sausage that I'm
Yeah.
finding at the store. So I'm going to, and I already have like an Italian seasoning mix that I really like. So I'm just going to do, that's kind of the basis for it. I use the same mix without the anise in it for my marinara sauce.
No, there's
so
the one.
I just,
There's
go
the
ahead.
one I want to do. I want to do a marijuana sauce. Just marinara with a little strategic addition going on there. You're all set. And what the hell? No, but as
A
far
Mary
as
Jane sauce.
there you go. As far as modifying stuff, I've done that with a couple of Bobka's recipes. One of the things she would make, it was Friday food. How many of you guys know about halushki?
Never heard of it.
Oh, it's fried cabbage, noodles, and onions.
Halukis, yeah.
Now, halupki is something different. Halupki is cabbage rolls.
Yeah, but
oh,
It's
those
I
sound
mean,
good.
that sounds kind of nasty, but okay.
no.
But
what
okay,
you
we would have
Oh.
we would have the halushki, and then we would have what's called zaprashka. It's a think of making gravy. You make the roux with the flour and the butter and the water. Once you get to the gravy consistency, keep going with the water until it's a thin broth. Usually, that stuff doesn't taste like very much if a Slovak makes it. So I made a couple strategic additions here and there, which it actually has a flavor to it. But in the zuparashka, you also make drop dumplings, and you put you boil the drop dumplings right in the broth. And that was what was really fun about that stuff. The broth tasted like nothing, but the dumplings were great. But now the broth even tastes like something. And I did that on I think it was episode 4 of the Transgendered Chef. I was doing a Easter menu, and Saparashka, an Ash Wednesday menu, episode 3. Saparashka and halushki, and there was something else too, but I forget.
Yeah.
As much as I've enjoyed eating just about every dumpling I've ever had, I have a really hard time getting past the name.
Okay, yeah. And
It's kind of like for a very long time, just because of the name of it, I would not eat mustard. You know,
yeah.
it was, you know, and even to this day, I don't really like it very much. But well, what's funny is I started to actually appreciate mustard right when the seizures hit, and mustard is a trigger food.
Oh.
So I was like, I'm starting to appreciate. Oh crap, I can't have it.
That was the
So-
thing.
Have mustard?
I hated mustard for the longest time because, well, in the what passed for a household that I grew up in, the only mustard that was around was that French's yellow mustard that tastes like
Yeah.
absolute crap. And then when I started discovering other mustards, when I was around 20, 21, all of a sudden, hey, this stuff is pretty damn good. So I mean, the female slimy bastard did not know food from anything, couldn't cook worth shit, didn't know about anything except the stuff she grew up with, which was extremely limited.
Oh God, yes.
Well, one thing that's kind of funny in one of my most recent videos, in fact, I think it was my last video, we were talking about disagreements over the definition of atheism. And I mentioned, like I compared the disagreement to something silly like which brand of ketchup goes on a hot dog. And the number of people who wigged out because they think only mustard goes on a hot dog was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Now, I always put ketchup on hot dogs because I don't like mustard. But, you know, when people insisted, no, mustard only, I remember Heinz 57 commercials where they are very obviously putting ketchup on a hot dog. Right? And so when people are insisting, no, only mustard, I'm like, no.
I'm
Now,
not.
I personally don't like ketchup, so
Say-
keep ketchup
yeah.
away from my dog. But go ahead and pour whatever you want on yours.
I'll eat it, but I won't run out and buy any and bring it home because I'm not a ketchup fan. I'll just, you know, I do the mustards, that sort of thing. Some of the mayonnaise-based sauces and dressings, as long as they are not too mayonnaise-y, I cannot eat mayonnaise out of the jar with a spoon. I just can't do it. I know people who can. I know people who love it. I just can't. I can't
my God.
do it.
I don't like mayonnaise hardly at all.
Oh, mayonnaise is disgusting. It's an abomination.
Now, here's the
I
interesting
make
thing.
exceptions. I make exceptions for salad dressing, and that's about it when it comes to mayonnaise.
I wonder, Kate, what you would think, and I'm going to pat myself on the back here. I wonder what you would think about my mayonnaise, because I do make this stuff by hand, and it doesn't even look like the stuff in the jar.
Not gonna touch it.
Okay.
Ugh.
Okay.
Bleh. Just that it wigs me out. But what's funny here is, and now this is not a parody site in any way. I found a website that says the National Hot Dog and Sausage Council recently came out in disapproval of adults using ketchup on hot dogs. In a guide to hot dog etiquette, the organization that for those 18 years of age and older, acceptable wiener toppings include mustard, relish, onions, cheese, and chili. Ketchup isn't the only victims. Bread is second class, too. Now, I hate relish. Ugh, disgusting. So,
Well, you and
yeah.
I agree at least on one thing. I hate relish.
Ugh.
You do not relish relish.
I like relish.
And you know what? I have yet to find any salad dressings or salad toppings that I like except for olive oil. Because all of them are either like mayonnaise based or they're vinegar based. And I hate both.
Okay, now I cannot easily do the vinegar-based dressings because the vinegar burns my mouth. So what I will actually end up doing is add a little bit of baking soda, and that, of course, in the reaction between the acetic acid and the bicarbonate ion, that takes care of the acidity. It still tastes like it tasted before it was sour, but it isn't sour anymore. And when I especially love doing that with marinades. If I'll marinate a chicken breast in that stuff, because it also makes it a little bit salty, which is what you're going to do with it anyway, when you're sprinkling the salt into the pan.
I found another site that's talking about the this hot dog council, and it says here you have to grow up sometime, says Council President
No,
Shanna
you
Riley,
don't.
aka the Queen of Ween, in her hot dog etiquette video.
Yes, that's
so apparently
perfect.
it's immature to use ketchup on your hot dog. Maybe that's because ketchup is so
Since
sugary and
when
you're supposed to be over that as an adult and into good salty meats with chopped onions, vinegary mustard and sauerkraut or chili. And I'm like, ew, every last one. Well, I like chili, but mustard and sauerkraut, ugh, disgusting. Ew.
Oh, man,
how
I
about
grew
that
up
one-
on
How about the one
sauerkraut.
person who advises you to drink liquid sauerkraut?
No, Tornado,
it's fine if
no.
someone's grumpy anyway. I don't want to be around a sauerkraut.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. Anyway.
No, Jillian Epperly, no, just ship her somewhere very far away. I don't know if you know what Tornado was referring to. Jillian Epperly does this jelly juice thing, which is basically rotted cabbage in a mason jar with more salt than any human can safely consume.
Why?
Well, she says it cures cancer, among other things. And
Well,
okay,
else give it to me, so.
there's so much salt in this stuff. You can imagine what it does to the digestive system, right? So what has happened is on camera, she has actually crapped herself.
Okay, I saw something vaguely food related on camera once. It's probably still on the internet somewhere. That was absolutely disgusting and hilarious at the same time. Because apparently there was this, I think she was Japanese, this girl who does like dares on camera.
Oh, no.
And so one of the things that she was going to do on camera was eat an octopus while it was still alive. Naturally,
Even
the
I won't do
octopus-
that.
the octopus objected and latched a tentacle onto her face, and she couldn't get it off. And so she spends like 5-10 minutes freaking out trying to get this octopus tentacle off her face. And she's like crying on camera. And I'm like, you just got your comeuppance, bitch. You tried something that you should not have tried.
There
and
you
it
go.
bit you right in the ass. You are the epitome of hoist by your own petard.
Oh,
She was
my.
called on a dare to eat a live octopus. She wanted to eat a live octopus, and the octopus objected.
Yes.
It did not go well for her.
Oh, jeez, man. And you also have to remember octopuses, or how do you say that?
Octopi.
Have beaks, and they use them.
Eat live octopus gone wrong.
Yeah. Oh. There is some imagery of this that, like, I don't have the full video here,
Oh, no.
but
Oh,
I mean,
no.
you like, okay, this is horrible. If you look at her trying to pull it off and what it's doing to her face.
Oh, I love it. God, yeah. Because the suckers
go
or whatever
well.
they are have the hooks and that sort of thing or whatever that is. Yeah, so you're digging into her face like that. God, I'm amazed that she got off that lightly.
That's what's called karma, bitch.
Yeah, this is a thing that you don't want to attempt ever.
I'm sorry, but I would never try to eat a live octopus.
Well, I would never try to eat a live anything.
Well,
You know?
don't forget now that bowl of salad that you have in front of you on the dinner table is alive.
Okay, fine. A live
I know. I'm
animal.
giving you shit. I'm giving you shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Just, I don't know how she didn't realize this would be happening to her. But and watching it in well, not real time necessarily because it was a recorded video, but just watching her do it and the noises she was making because she was flipping out. It's like part of me was going, "Oh, that's horrible," and part of me was going, "Oh, that's horrible." I told you about my dark side,
Yeah, there you
you know.
go.
So
And I do have a memory of if you guys know about the original Iron Chef program that was on Food Network maybe 20 some years ago. One of the chefs on that program, Chef Sakai, was working on live squid, and one of them bit him at one point. That was interesting to watch. Yeah. He's like, and throws the damn thing across the room. But I guess really that's the only way you can work on those things, because a dead one is going to be dangerous very quickly.
I don't know. I don't
and
like squid or octopus to begin with, so.
I wonder about people who actually decide to eat fugu.
Oh man, yeah, that's risky. Fugu is a puffer fish, which contains quite a lot.
Tetrodotoxin.
You got it, tetrodotoxin. Yes. If it's not prepared correctly, it will kill you.
Right, if you get the wrong item, wrong bit from it.
I have to wonder, does it even taste any good, or are people just playing danger?
They're playing danger.
Yes, and from what I understand, even in a properly dressed puffer, there is some of the tetrodotoxin which gives you a numbness in the lips and certain other areas that they like, because that says I'm playing with fire here. And I don't think that fugu could ever taste so good that I would want to try any, even from an expert.
But does it taste good at all is my question, or is it just for the thrill?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
I've been told that it is some of the best fish in the world.
Oh, okay.
If you get it properly prepared. And chefs,
they go through a training,
they go through serious training. And if there's ever any sort of accident, not necessarily somebody dying, but somebody getting sick or having a reaction, these chefs lose their licenses and have to start all over again.
Why even
bother? Why bother with something that is so poisonous that it's going to kill people if you screw up?
Yeah, I don't get that. I'm crazy, I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy.
Yeah, there are definitely limits to my nuttiness.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, man, the things people will willingly eat creep me out sometimes. Why do people eat shellfish like clams and mussels and oysters? It looks like you're eating a booger.
Yeah, but but they're tasty.
Yuck.
It looks like you're eating a booger. Is that what you just said?
I do like shellfish. The only thing I'm not crazy about eating, I am not crazy about raw oysters. Okay, I won't do that.
Lobsters.
Oh, lobsters are yummy.
And
yummy.
crab.
Yummy.
I love crab legs, but I have this story about why I won't eat lobster. That was also the reason for many years I wouldn't eat guacamole. Because sometimes when you break a lobster open, this green glop comes out of it that looks remarkably like guacamole or pea soup. Apparently it's lobster shit.
Yeah, somebody didn't properly clean the lobster.
Yeah, I saw that come out of a lobster that my mom had brought home, and I said, nope, 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 not even
A
that.
lot of nope there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yeah.
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 So
Oh shit, man. Um,
to this day, I have not eaten lobster.
They
And
are
it took
good.
a lot of doing to get me to eat crab legs. I think the reason I did it was because, like, I had a California roll, and someone said, "You know, that's crab," and I was like, "Well, it was damn tasty," and so
Hmm.
I went and had crab legs, and I
Yeah.
loved them. So
yeah, they are
Crab legs are
yummy.
fun to eat.
What I don't
Fun to
like
eat.
about the crab legs, and it's not about the eating, it's about you go to the restaurant that has the whole buffet table going, and they have the crab
Mhm.
legs, and the people get up from their table with their plate, and they put 7 pounds of crab legs on their plate and carry it back to the table, and they don't eat half of them by the time they're finished. And it's like, why are you doing this? Is it simply because you perceive the crab legs to be the most expensive item there, and you're going to have all of it? Is that the way it works, you fucks?
well, you know what? If I
I
did that, I would get a doggy bag and eat them at home.
and take.
Well, and the
Yeah.
thing is that
I'd pay the extra cost.
a lot of places around here have that problem, and they've resolved it by saying that you get charged double if you excessively take without
Finishing.
finishing. Like they're obviously there. If you've got like a few little things left on your plate, they're not gonna give you a hard time.
Oh, sure.
But they're like, you are wasting so
Yes,
much
yes.
food.
Yes.
Mm.
Right.
Well,
like
I mean,
if
I
you
would seriously
got
tell them I'm
something
not
that you-
wasting it. I'm taking it home with me, and I'm going to eat it for
Now,
dinner
see,
or lunch
if you
tomorrow or
yeah,
something.
Well, I think
if you
that's.
did that, I don't think they would mind. But it's basically when you leave like an entire meal
Right.
sitting at the table.
Yeah, see,
That
sometimes-
does cost them a lot of money, and you are
Yes, it
wasting
does.
that food.
Now, sometimes I will try something. I'll get something that I've never had before, and I'll try it, and I don't like it,
I've
and then
had
I'll
it
leave
happen
that.
to. I've had it happen to me. Yes.
But I take
Yeah.
a small
Yes,
portion
yes.
to try.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny because I was going to my cousin Adam's wedding last year. In fact, it was like days after the brain surgery, right? And a couple of the family members are like vegetarian or vegan or whatever the frick other.
Well,
And I'm very not. And the
No,
thing is
God,
that a
no.
lot of restaurants that cater to that sort of person, like they try to get so fancy with their food that for me, I find it inedible. Because there'll be times I'll look at that one dish and I'm like, "Ooh, this looks good. This looks good. This looks good." And then there's that one deal breaker ingredient where they tried to get high class with it and ended up putting something in the food that does not belong there. So a bunch of people were like, "Oh, we're going to go to this vegan restaurant for food," and I'm like, "I don't want to eat rabbit food. I don't want a damn salad." And like my dad was visiting a few weeks ago, about a month ago, and we were trying to find a place to go get breakfast, and all these places were like, "Oh, it's this thing that you can normally eat, but it has like fish marmalade on the waffle." And I'm like, no. Finally, I convinced my dad to go to a Denny's, and he was shocked that he enjoyed it. And I was like,
Yeah.
why would you think you wouldn't enjoy Denny's? I'm like, I know what I'm getting when I go to a Denny's or an IHOP.
Yep.
And I know I'm gonna
Yes.
like it. And I mean, I'm not even kidding. I went to a Subway and got like a sub and ate that instead of going with the family to get all this vegan food. And I finished quickly. So I go to the restaurant where they're all hanging out so I can spend time with family. And I'm not even kidding. Some little green crawly worm thing came out of my mom's salad. And I'm like,
Oh!
I am so glad I ate at a real restaurant instead of, your floofy, highbrow, hoity-toity, toffee-nosed little vegan place. Screw all of you. I
That
want
has
real
creepy
food.
crawlies coming out of your food.
I'm not even
Ew.
kidding. I'm not even kidding.
and that is
Even
why
Shadow doesn't like the idea.
Yeah, I know.
And that is why I live
you
and die
whine,
by
huh?
the great God Subway.
Meow.
There we go. There we go. Oh my word. I mean, okay.
So
I was a preferential vegetarian for a while. I mean, I did it because I liked it. None of this idealism or morals or anything like that. But I didn't go quite that far. That whole, if you'll excuse the expression, the whole California deal about the whole thing, and it's California. That's, I think, the only place in the world where there are two of everything.
huh?
Oh,
Uh,
What do you
and
mean by
Kate,
that?
just so you know, I am not preferential. I'm not vegan by any standard.
Okay.
well, I
So
was
what do you
never
mean by-
vegan. No.
What do you mean by two of everything?
Oh, a friend of mine years ago used that to describe how there was a lot of weirdness around, or at least as he saw it. Things that were crazy as far as he saw it.
I don't know how that.
I don't
like,
know
two
how
of
it worked
everything-
either, but that's the way it worked.
I mean, because there is a lot of crazy stuff around. I just don't know how the description two of everything could possibly have come from that.
I don't know. I'd have to ask Jim, and I haven't seen him in over 30 years. So,
Yeah, but I mean, I will say that within less than a mile of each other, there are two Jack in the Boxes.
okay.
You
Okay,
know,
that-
if that's what you want to say about two of everything, then fine. But I mean, I suppose maybe the expression could mean that there is two of everything you'd never find anywhere else.
that could be.
You know,
That
like
could be.
you can't find this anywhere else in the world, but California's got more than one.
There
I
you
can see
go.
Hey, by the way,
I like that. That
hey,
works.
have you ever had Five Guys?
Oh, of course, that shit's awesome.
I have.
Finally,
I've heard of
someone
it,
who
but
admits it.
I've never had any of it.
It's a retro burger
amazing.
place, and they make really good burgers.
Mm.
I
Five
love
Guys
their
is
French
You
fries.
know what you're getting
Like-
in restaurant.
Mhm. I mean, you walk into a Five Guys and you're like, "My gosh, is this the '50s?"
Okay,
and
so I'm
when
gonna have
they
to.
give you,
The visual design of the place looks like an old school diner.
Oh my!
and the thing is when you order the burgers, you get French fries with it. They scoop up a whole bunch of French fries in a container, and then they put it in your bag, and then they take a couple of more scoops of French fries and dump them into your bag.
Hey, there's a Five Guys in Monroeville. I may have to try it out. Monroeville
yeah.
is close to me.
It,
What?
Five Guys is really good. I recommend it. You know, if you like burgers and stuff. Yeah, look at that.
Hell yeah!
Okay, it's somewhere between 5 and 6 miles from here. That's not bad at all.
That's
on
not
a
bad at all.
on a
But-
good day, I could walk it.
Right. But you see that cup of fries? They'll give you one of those, and then they'll put 2 more scoops into your bag of French fries.
I'm trying to find
Oh
a good
my.
image of the inside of one of their restaurants because it really does have sort of like that old school diner vibe to it.
Hey, wait a
Like,
minute.
okay, I found one. Hold on. Copy, image, paste. There we go.
Let me find this. I have to see this. Come here, you.
Yep.
Is that?
Oh,
a 50s diner
but that is
or what?
1953 right there.
Yeah.
Yep. And all of the restaurants
So-
look like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you
It's-
go
I-
up to the counter and you order your food,
You can
and
actually see them
they'll
make the burger.
you can see them make the burger, and they'll put whatever you want on it if it's listed on their menu.
Hey.
Now you know what would really suck is if like, you know, I do a little research into the company and they're pulling that Chick-fil-A shit with the donations. And because I mean, have you ever had a restaurant or any other business where you absolutely love it to death and then you discover what they do behind the scenes? You're
Yes.
like, fuck, I love the food, what can I do?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it's not fun. I mean, Chick-fil-A, I wouldn't kill for a Chick-fil-A sandwich, but they're not bad. But
I've never had one, and I probably never will. I am curious though, because people are so obsessed with it. I've noticed.
Nah,
Like
there's
I
no
was actually
reason.
on a flight,
It's
and there were these
not
two
lemonade.
families that had gotten to chatting, and they both had like kids, little kids, and they were talking about how much their kids would beg them to go to Chick-fil-A all the time, and apparently it's like that good or something. And I don't know.
It's
The
not.
chicken isn't that good. The waffle fries are good, and the lemonade is good.
Yeah.
But I mean,
The
I'm also the kind of person where, like, if I had the time and the ability, I would actually get food from multiple fast food places.
Just to make your
Because-
own meal. Yeah.
Yeah, because like the fries at one place might be the best, but they might have crap burgers. So I'll go and get the burger I want, and then get the fries I want from a different place.
Yep.
the ex liked the Chick-fil-A sandwiches, and this is before I knew what they did. So I'd be there and I'd have a sandwich and everything, and like I said, they weren't that bad. But I wouldn't kill for one. I wouldn't run out and get one. But what is to do for you? I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay, so I
I
can put
just
this
try
away
to
now.
dissuade my family from going there if I can. Usually we're all asked what we want, and if Chick-fil-A winds up coming up in the conversation somehow, I'm usually like, oh, but Zaxby's has better chicken.
Okay.
Not by much, but at least it's trying to get them from going there. Essentially.
Robert,
How's French fries right there? That was the place to go in my hometown when I was little.
Oh my, French fries. Okay, we've got to get enough money together to get all of you guys up here in Pittsburgh. Um, okay, there is a place called The Original. It is the original hot dog house. There are now two locations. One of them was on the Pitt camp. No, well, it gets better. One of the locations was on the Pitt campus, when I was going to school at Pitt some years ago. You order French fries from them. You order a small order of French fries. It is over 2 pounds. You order a large French fries. You'll sit there for a couple of hours eating them unless you've got people with you. So you order the French fries. Each of you orders a couple of beers, and you're sitting in there eating your French fries, drinking your beers, and it's not bad at all. I mean, it's yummy and tasty, and that's one of the few times I'll actually put ketchup on anything. Or I won't put the ketchup on the French fries. I'll dip the French fries in the ketchup, but it's another story entirely. I used to love to go there, go upstairs. It was on 2 floors, and I'd be sitting there studying. I'd be sitting there studying while I'm eating my French fries and drinking my beer. I'd be there all afternoon.
Okay, I know what
There
I'm
are
making for
different
lunch.
kinds of French fries, and I have to say I have very strong opinions about which ones are good. Because I love the shoestring fries, I love the curly fries, but if you ever get those ones, I don't even know what they're called, where it looks like someone took an accordion and expanded it.
Oh
And-
yeah. I know the one.
It's like nothing but the inner corn or the inner potato bits, where it's like eating a foam mattress. I like my fries crispy, not
Steak fries.
mealy.
Steak fries are another one where they're not crispy.
You know what I miss, and you're gonna hate to hear this, but I miss McDonald's back in the mid '60s. They made the French fries on site. They started with actual potatoes, and ran them through a cutter where you got the fries and you made you boiled them up in the oil. Yeah, and I mean they even had the skins on the ends. That sort of thing.
Right.
That was a French fry. That was back when McDonald's was not sucky.
Yeah.
It's funny. I remember reading something recently where the way McDonald's got popular, the way it did, because like some guy bought the McDonald's chain when it was only a couple of stores. And his mindset was that he was not in the business of making food. He was in the business of real estate. And the whole idea was to put McDonald's restaurants in the right places to get people to go in.
Sounds like you're talking about Ray Kroc.
I don't know. I don't remember the name. I just remember hearing that his whole shtick was McDonald's is a real estate venture and not a food venture.
Mm-hmm.
And it worked, so I guess he's right, but still.
And what was really interesting is I don't know if she ever was the richest woman on earth, but she was pretty damn close. Kroc's secretary was pretty damn well off because in the early days he didn't have cash, so he paid her in McDonald's stock. And the rest of the story as what the heck was his name? Paul Harvey would say.
I do wish sometimes I could go back in time and buy Microsoft.
Yeah.
Load up on their stock, like when they were new.
I have mixed feelings about.
Lots of money.
I have mixed feelings about Microsoft, mainly because Gates did that thing with the license fees, where he charged a fee for every computer that was Microsoft capable, as he saw it, whether or not you had the operating system on it.
I never heard that.
You have to find this.
Although I have to say, like, I don't have mixed feelings about Apple. I have deep and intense hatred for Apple, but that's just me.
Okay, then.
Yeah, it's just, well, like, I remember when the first Mac came out, and the mouse only had one button on it, and it was in no way a gaming machine. And I was like, well, that sucks. But then, as Apple kept coming out with like computers you could not upgrade, you couldn't open them up and customize them the way you could PC. And now it's like they come out with a new iPhone like 3 times a year to make people spend the whatever it is, $1,200 for the next iPhone with Go Faster stripes, because people are apparently obsessed with their stupid iPhones instead of going Android like a smart person. And it's just Apple is so sleazy that way, and I will not give them my money. Like, I felt icky when my parents gave me an iPod. And I was like, I need an MP3 player, but did it have to be an iPod?
Yeah, okay.
Nowadays, I just use my phone for those purposes, but still. Oh, by the way, I got one of those pop socket things made for me. It says Bionic Dance on it.
Ooh.
Yeah. Stuff, custom pop socket. So.
Now, there's the other thing, though. I mean, I do understand that they can be useful at times. All right. I have my Android. It's one of those Obama phones. It's the only way I got dragged kicking and screaming into the 90s. So I can stand at the bus stop and look up the time the next bus is coming. That's convenient, that sort of thing. But I still don't understand. I still don't know how I feel about a phone that will do everything up to and including fry your eggs and make your coffee for breakfast in the morning. That I come from a time when computers computed, and I have a hard time getting accustomed to a telephone that is a computer. A computer's computer.
That's what makes a person an old fogey.
Yeah, I must be an old fogey.
You know, because I mean, when I got a phone that could do all of that stuff, I was like, okay, this isn't quite what I want from the future. It's not flying cars, but it's still pretty awesome. You know, I remember my first computer. We've talked about it. And I remember thinking, this is pretty neat. I wonder what's coming next. So it's that inability to adjust to what comes next that makes someone an old fogey.
I think it's not so much that I'm not adjusting. It's taking longer because I mean, for a long time I didn't even brook with the idea of having a web browser on a phone. I mean, phone was that thing that hung on the wall in the kitchen, and you dialed it and you talked to. I've come I've come a long way since then.
But why though? I mean, what's wrong with a phone that's a computer that would make you go ick?
I think the way it was just those things to which I was accustomed, and it's the
Okay.
old fogey syndrome. You cannot easily adapt to something new. As I say, I'm getting there. I am definitely getting, because I like to take this guy. I will reach for this guy and stick it in my backpack and take it with me because now I know when the bus is coming. I don't play games on it because I don't want to use up all the data because I'm not buying any extra data on this thing. It's just what I get with the thing and stuff.
Well, I mean, for me, like, I don't like browsing the web on my phone just because of how awkward typing gets.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm used to a keyboard. I hit keys with muscle memory rather than having to look at the keyboard. I can't do that with my phone. It's just physically awkward. But that's the only part of like having a phone that does all of those things that I find it. I mean, it's not even I don't want to. It's just I find it really physically difficult.
Well,
If there was more ease of use with typing, I wouldn't care as much.
That's one of the bad things with me too. I have fat finger syndrome, and I'm always hitting the wrong letter or the wrong number. It's the one next to the one I want, and it's okay. That's wrong. Back up and try again. No, it's wrong. Back up. About 5 or 6 times, and it gets to be nuts. But I actually do have a Twitter app on that thing. And oh my, you talk about, because I will turn the phone off from time to time when it's sitting there and I'm not doing much with it. I'll turn it back on, and it's jingle, 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 jingle. While 53 messages come through that have been stored in the queue.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom, should I go get sodas and stuff now?
And there's also like the
get
dictionary
sodas
on my phone that does the spell checking. It's maddeningly incomplete at times. Like I tried to type in the word homunculus once and it didn't grok homunculus. It's like I might use a 50-cent word or some like colloquial thing and my phone doesn't grok. So I mean,
Hey,
you can add to your dictionary, that is a feature. But at the same time, if I'm using predictive type or I type in a couple of letters and like then all of a sudden it doesn't get the word, or it'll change the word to something else because it's trying way the hell too hard to be helpful and doesn't understand what I want. It thinks it knows better than me what I want to do with my phone. Like I'll type in a word and hit space and it automatically changes it to the word it thinks I mean without my consent, and that pisses me off.
Okay.
Oh man! Now this guy, he's a little bitter with that. He actually requires consent because I'll start typing, and in a line above the keyboard, if you want to call it that, it will have 3 choices for what you're starting to type, and if you want one of them, you'll hit it and you'll get it.
Sure.
Otherwise, it just lets you keep typing.
Well, but I mean, if I keep typing and then hit space, mine will autocorrect for me.
Oh, that's horrible. No, this one does not do that. Well, okay. Now, this one is about 73 models behind the current because I got this for free from, US Gov. So that might be part of it.
Well, and how many of us have tried to send a text or post on Facebook and ended up being corrected to ducking?
Yeah.
You know, man, I hate this ducking movie. No phone, not what I meant.
Right.
Uh,
Okay, the phone is definitely not from the U.S. Navy, but yeah.
well, what you gonna do?
I don't know. There's not that much for to do anymore because they don't know let you do that thing for you, and it is just the poo-poo-ness.
I think the thing I like best about my new phone here, I had to do some triage on the disk space, well, not disk, but the storage space
Right.
on my old phone because I had to leave out a bunch of MP3s that I wish were in my playlist. Now I could probably rip every CD I still own and fit them all on here with room to spare.
Holy shit,
Also,
man!
it's a lot faster. There are a bunch of things like if I tried to boot up my old phone, it was maybe a minute of booting up. This 10, 15 seconds tops.
So wait a minute. Storage-wise, have you got like a terabyte on that thing or something, or?
Just about, yeah.
Okay then, because I removed a lot of the stuff that was installed when I got the phone because it kept telling me you were almost out of memory. You've got 53 meg left. One of those deals, and I think it has at most maybe 100 meg, maybe 200 meg, and I pulled the stuff off because I didn't use it anyway. So, games I'm not going to play on it. Really, I'm not.
Yeah.
And some of the other things that were very annoying because they all ran in the background and slowed the thing down like frozen molasses. Okay. I think I know who's playing. I think I know who's playing Christmas music.
Okay.
It's not. It's not you, Kate. It's not me.
Hey, Turkey Day ain't happened yet. Do not skip the Turkey Day or my birthday. No, we're not having any of this.
No, okay. You talk about old fogey syndrome. That's one thing in this lady that's not going to change. As much as I hate it anymore, since Jeff died, I got this stuff kicked out from under me. But the Christmas season does not start until the day after Thanksgiving. It doesn't happen.
So, yeah. Now,
Black Friday, damn it.
I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but I've noticed a pattern with Christmas music. The more religious it is, the more depressing the sound of the song, the more likely it is to be in a minor key. You listen to something like Jingle Bells or I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus or any of that stuff, it sounds really happy and kid-friendly. But when you start getting into like, oh, our Lord is born and all that stuff, it's in a minor key and it's not pleasant to listen to. Carol of the Bells sounds to me like the beginning of a horror movie.
The bells, 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 bells.
And anyway,
Something
I
kind of wanted to bring up. And something I kind of wanted to bring up. Christmas for some of us is extremely difficult, and having it start so damned early.
You mean like in Halloween?
Yes, means that people like me get burnt out, and then it's like, oh, you're a Grinch. And I'm like, listen, I have been tucking away my stupid memories of how bad all of my Christmases have been for over 2 months now. You want me to smile on Christmas Day? Don't start me on this bullshit until after Santa Claus starts waving in the Macy's Day Parade.
Yeah, I mean, what's next? Do you start the Christmas music July 4th? I mean, seriously,
Just about.
It's getting that bad.
Well, it's like I don't mind things like there are some people who are like, oh, it's starting to get cold. I'm going to bake cookies with my grandkids. That kind of shit I get because it's like, okay, you're doing something cute. It's not necessarily retail. It's something that you're building a good memory with your family. That's cool. But this retail shit that you start, don't expect to be happy about it.
I may have said such I may have said such on this program before. Some of my best memories with the Christmas season starting on Friday. Higbee's, downtown Cleveland. This is where the opening scene for A Christmas Story was filmed. You were going into the store that week, and everything was normal. Wednesday night they closed. Thursday was Thanksgiving. They're closed. Friday morning they opened. Boom! The entire store was what you saw in Christmas Story. That's what it looked like every year. Those elves must have been busy beyond all belief doing this to the entire store, but it didn't start until, you didn't see it until the store opened on Friday.
Now, I worked at Toys R Us during the Christmas of the Tickle Me Elmo and the Talking Bud Light.
Oh, fucking hell.
That was an interesting experience. Although I have to say, I loved being out on the floor, right? Being on a register sucked ass.
It always does.
Oh, it does.
If you're stocking the toys, you'll get those parents who come up to you and go, my kid wants this thing, and I don't remember what it is. And I would have them describe it to me, and I'd be like, I know what that is. That's that remote control monster truck. Was the one they wanted green or red? Oh, it was green. That is fun. Like when I was working at video stores helping people pick out movies, but man, being stuck on a register was so draining. So draining.
I
managed to reserve myself a talking Buzz Lightyear, and I still have it. So,
I spent 3 years working Christmas at Walmart.
I am so lucky.
As a cashier.
Although I worked retail while I was in high school and college, it was not at a store like a Walmart or it was at a department store. It was May Company. It was like Macy's, only different.
Right.
May Company was out of St. Louis.
That's
a different experience.
I didn't mind Christmas. I didn't mind Thanksgiving. I didn't mind any of the holidays. What I hated was the day after Christmas.
When they're trying to get the deals.
No, when everybody's bringing everything that they didn't like back. It got so bad because Walmart never hires enough cashiers. They cannot keep enough cashiers.
Right.
So you've got 14 registers open. 2 of them are reserved for checking people out, and the other 12 are for doing returns.
That was the nice thing about
got people being pissy because they're having to stand in line and wait to get checked out, and they're bitching and screaming at the cashiers, and the cashiers are like, we're doing the best we can.
And they just don't want to hear that.
Yeah. I had one woman spit in my face. Because she was pissed off because she had to stand in line for 35 minutes waiting to get checked out in my line because there weren't enough cashiers. Yeah, and thank God I wore glasses.
Oh boy.
And Walmart is one of the shittiest places to work.
Absolutely.
And
the only reason I go into a Walmart is because the nearest Target is 2.5 hours away.
Yep. And I would rather than being in a Walmart, I would rather spend the money, order online, spend my $50 to get free shipping, and then not have to deal with it. Because I absolutely loathe Walmart.
There was I'm trying to remember, it was like a cartoon or a comic or something that was set around Christmas. And there was that one friend or relative of the main character, the kid, where their Christmas present to the kid was batteries for all the other toys.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I mean, because that's probably the one thing they're going to forget. It's like, oh yeah, you got that radio controlled helicopter you wanted, but now you can't play with it until someone gives you a pack of double A's. And it's like, that's actually
and you know why I'm laughing, Kate, okay? As soon as you
but I
said
really specifically said remote control helicopter, so stop that.
hey, Kate,
my family is weird. We do gift certificates, and people are like, that is the most impersonal thing ever. And I'm like,
Yep.
I don't think you understand how my family works. I was like, my family likes going out and watching and seeing what you pick out for yourself.
Okay.
Yep.
These right here are for my VR controllers, my wireless VR controllers. I swear to you, they are.
I know you well enough to believe you. And this is what I said on Twitter. Oh man, that was beautiful. Just the way you worded that. That was beautiful. I mean, how long does a pair of double A's last in one of those things? Seriously.
Maybe a month or two.
Oh, well, that's not bad.
Of course, it depends on how much you play VR. I mean, that makes a difference.
Well,
lately, now that I'm allowed to exercise again, I've been trying to do an hour a day in Spark. And if you've never seen Spark, it looks like something out of Tron. Don't let anyone tell you it's a game. It's a sport.
So you had mentioned that you were wanting to wear socks now because you were getting the severe rug burn on your feet. I mean, do you do these things with diving and rolling in order to avoid things?
Close. You can't really do that with the goggles on, but the way Spark works, it's kind of like a cross between racquetball and dodgeball, where you're in this long sort of corridor looking thing, and the ball will bounce off of it, and you're trying to hit the other person with their ball. They're trying to hit you with theirs. So there's a lot of like ducking and dodging and weaving and throwing. It's very aerobic.
Yeah, it's almost too bad that number one, I really don't have the cash for something like that. Number two, I definitely don't have the space. I mean, you know what this place looks like. It's packed to the gills.
I got rid of my couch specifically to have more room for VR.
Yeah, I think I remember you actually saying that. And now this is interesting. How do things get when you have somebody over, or are you another one like me who last had somebody over in 1991?
Well, when anyone's having anyone over, I'm going there pretty much. Yeah. So
okay,
I mean, it's not that I don't want people in my place. It's just I never really remember to invite anyone over. Okay. And a lot of the folks that I hang out with, we aren't even hanging out at their place either. We're going somewhere else. Like my friend Tom, who unfortunately had to move to Italy for his job, we used to do laser tag a lot, and there was this one Chinese restaurant we both loved absolutely to death. So we'd go there a lot. That kind of thing. And my favorite Mexican joint finally reopened. Finally.
Yay!
They have this Diablo burrito that is so freaking good. It's like touching your tongue to a sander, like one of those electric sanders. It's that spicy, and it is so freaking good. You have no idea.
So you were talking R and Raw level here, huh?
When I saw the closed sign on their restaurant, I started to frickin' weep, right? And then months later, I saw a store that was 1 block closer to home that said, "Coming soon." And I was like, "Oh, thank you." And when they finally reopened, I walked in and I was like, never close again. And they were like, "Huh?" And I was like, "I loved your food so much. Never do this to me again." They're like, "Thank you. We'll take the compliment." So yeah. I'm so glad they're open again. Oh, I love their food so much. But anyway.
Yay.
I miss El Jimadores. I loved their enchilada rancheros, and they don't have one here.
Oh no, this is not.
And they
this
have
not.
and they have shitty Chinese food.
Hmm.
Now
Out of the
there's.
Mom,
in
you could
town.
always move
They
to Jacksonville.
Yeah, but I own my home.
I know. I'm just.
Yeah.
That is my typical reply whenever anybody complains about anything. I'm like, well, you could move to Florida.
That's
Well,
one thing I want to
It's
do.
snowing out there. I don't like it. Move to Florida.
One,
It's too cold outside.
move to Florida.
Yeah.
One of the things I really do want to do is learn to cook traditional Chinese. I mean, I can do the general tso, but that's not traditional. And
Well, okay. I didn't realize that there were differences between kinds of pork fried rice. And I was having the worst time finding the pork fried rice I liked because I was finding just pork fried rice, not barbecue pork fried rice.
Oh, the char siu pork fried rice.
I love the barbecue stuff. The regular pork fried rice is unremarkable.
What is barbecued pork fried rice?
Well, the difference
char
really is
siu.
that, okay, you know when you get pork fried rice and for some reason the outside of it is bright ass red? That's the barbecue stuff. If it doesn't have that, it's just pork fried rice.
Oh.
And there also seems to be a different with the vegetables they'll put in it. Like what I remembered from the place I used to go in Vermont was that the carrots would be cut into little tiny cubes. Right? And that they didn't have that in the regular pork fried rice either. And I was like, this is not what I want, but it's all I can find. I finally found a couple of restaurants that do it the way I like it. But for a couple of years, I was so stymied trying to find it. In fact, I just mentioned my friend Tom and I would go to this Chinese restaurant that we both loved. That's because I was describing to him the pork fried rice I couldn't find. And he goes, I know where to go. And we went to this place, and he loves the chicken wings there. But I wanted the pork fried rice, and I get it when I go there every damn time. It's and they give you these monstrous portions that you can never finish. You take the doggy bag home, and you've got like lunch the next day. It's so wonderful. I love it to death. So yeah.
Hey, Mom NATO,
Oh, my.
just to give you an idea of what the barbecue pork that she's talking about, that I have a recipe that I dropped in chat.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Now the
This
bright
is
ass
not-
red stuff, is that the stuff that the Chinese restaurants would put on the fish and whatever that they would hang in the window, so you didn't notice how rotten it was in New York City?
I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think so. But I do char siu for my family. I use a different recipe than the one I shared. That one is probably close to what they would do like in a fast food joint or like a restaurant. But I got a slightly more traditional char siu recipe from a cookbook that I bought, and it is one of my family's favorite things.
Found it. Okay.
You basically like put hoisin and a bunch of different spices in it, and then like put it in the oven and roast it really, really, really low for like 5-6 hours. So
Chinese pineapple buns with roast pork filling.
Okay, there. You can see like there's pork, but
What
the
is that?
edges have that bright red stuff going on.
Yeah. What is that, 5.5 pounds on that damn thing?
No.
That is a small portion compared to the places I've been finding here in San Diego.
No,
yeah,
I
so
was
you want to
just,
make sure that it has the char siu in it.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah.
Also, I sent you, and you probably lost them. I did send you links for Appetite for China and Just a Bento, and while not every recipe on there is authentic, a good portion of them are.
Okay, yeah, I don't think I have those.
I have somewhere around here a traditional Chinese cookbook that was actually edited by Jeff Smith, of all people. If anybody remembers The Frugal Gourmet. Oh, okay. He was PBS chef out of I think it was out of Seattle that he was doing his thing, and I rather like the stuff that he did, and I kind of tried to pattern the transgender chip after some of his stuff, and he was just a fun presenter.
Yeah, that joke amuses the hell out of me, that one.
There was a Chinese restaurant down the block from where I lived when I was in Homestead that actually got nailed for serving chicken that wasn't actually chicken.
What was it?
Okay.
It was feline.
Oh,
Really?
God.
I mean,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, I like eating pussy, but not quite like that.
Right, yeah. It was, I don't know where they were getting it, what they were doing, but it was, you could actually go, and it was recent back then. You could actually go and look up the charges, and yeah, they were serving cat. I was like, oh,
So
man.
I'll send you a few of these recipes, Diana.
Oh,
the ones that
my.
I've tried.
Okay, sounds,
Yeah.
Madam Wong's Long Life Chinese Cookbook sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Those sound good.
Some of my favorites have come from this particular one.
Mhm.
I have to be careful because while my family does allow me to experiment, my sister is a little bit of a picky eater. So I have to make sure, not like a lot, but there are certain things in here that's like, oh, that looks good. But she hates that ingredient.
So you
So,
have to go,
like,
can't have that one.
Yeah, and sometimes you can be like, well, it'll be no big deal if I don't add this, and others you're like, no, that's a good portion of the recipe.
Yep.
Okay, so if I get the recipes from you and try them out and I like it, I see where I can grab a copy. It seems they're all used. Or, no, not, well, yeah.
Yeah, this is an old, this is a, hold on, let's see. I got this at Chamblin's.
When the hell was this published? In the 70s?
This is what?
Yeah,
Madame
I think
Wong's?
so. Madame Wong.
'Cause, I
She
mean,
apparently taught at the university level, and her students always wanted like the recipes that she used, and so she put them into a cookbook.
There it is. Okay, first paperback edition was 1 June 77. Yeah, the cover style just screamed 70s.
Yeah. I like picking up old cookbooks. I have an old cookbook collection. Not that I use them as often as I should.
Oh, that's
But
not
my mom my mom used to collect cookbooks from churches.
Oh,
and
yes.
the thing is that some of those recipes are kind of and then some of them are like,
pretty
here
damn
are
good.
these time-honored like recipes that my family's been sending to each other for generations, type stuff.
I've got a couple
And
of
they bring
those.
those to, I mean, like communion wafers all seem to be raw. Shouldn't you be cooking the Lord before you eat him?
Well, like I said, it can be hit or miss. Some of my all-time favorite recipes are from the Methodist cookbook that my mom got from her uncle, who is a pastor. Basically, he was like, here, we had a fundraiser and we had some copies left over. You can have one. And like some of my favorite recipes are from that book. But some of the ones where I'm like, what the fuck were you thinking, are also in that book.
Yeah, I've got one here that's called Out of This Kitchen. And it was put together by a whole bunch of church ladies here in Pittsburgh. Some pretty decent stuff. Most of it is Eastern European. Well, Pittsburgh, come on. But you can actually get it on Amazon if you really want to. $10 for this thing. And it's some pretty decent stuff.
We
And-
have there was a cookbook that I think came out in the 60s that was done by the Mormon Church. And I swear some of those recipes are the worst recipes that I have ever seen.
Now, I have a lot of Reader's Digest cookbooks.
You can find some gems in those.
Yeah, I know, but it's a matter of which ones do I have, because it used to be an entire set, and I only have some of them, not all of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know, I like when I was having the epilepsy, my diet narrowed down a lot because of what I couldn't have. And I had it for like 8 years. So my diet is still kind of restricted because I don't know what I like anymore. Now I went looking for recipes, but almost all of them are like, you can find sites that are like recipes for one, but almost all of them are like, okay, we're serving a family of 6 with this recipe. So
Yes.
all of the amount of the ingredients are like way more than I'll ever eat. So it's really hard to expand my diet anymore because I don't know what to have. And every time I go to the store to buy food, all they have is ingredients.
No,
That last one was a joke.
Yes. One of the bad things about some of those recipes, well, a lot of those recipes where they're, family of 6, they don't scale very well, especially scaled down.
Mm-hmm.
So, making from that recipe a dinner for one, or make 2 portions, one now, one tomorrow lunch. It's very, very difficult.
I think there's a site that will actually, if you copy and paste the recipe into it and then tell them how many servings you want, it will cut that recipe down for you so you don't have to do the math.
Well, here's the thing. You can sit there and do the math, and you can cut down 1 cup into 1/3 of a cup, that sort. But when you start doing that with some of these recipes, the flavors don't work out well because you need all that mass in the cooking pot in order to mix things up and get things going. Or if you scaled it down, you might use like 3 micrograms of some particular ingredient by the time you finish scaling it down. I know.
But I mean, I'm sure that there are some recipes that you could do that for.
Oh, there are some. Yes, there are some, and it works. It really does. I suppose I could do it to chicken paprikash, but I always make the full recipe for the entire family because when the sauce sits there and in the refrigerator and ages, if you will, it's so much better the next time around. And you can always make more dumplings, and you could just have the sauce in the dumplings.
There are some things in this house nobody's allowed to eat it till the next day.
Okay, then.
Because it just does not taste as good until it's sat in the fridge overnight.
I wish I knew the physics and chemistry of that, how it worked, but it is a real phenomenon, yes.
Sorry. Anyway.
Phenomenon.
Well, I mean, they did actually do a version of that on one of the later Muppet shows with Sandra Bullock, where she's playing a psychiatrist, and Kermit the Frog is telling her something weird happens every time I say the word phenomena, and and they go away. And Sandra Bullock, she's like, wait, does that happen every time you say phenomena? So even when people say phenomena instead of phenomena, that just into my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, funny story behind that. I went and looked up the original song that they ripped, and I listened to it. It was done by an Italian guy, and it was meant to be elevator music. He wrote it that way, to be elevator music. And I listened to it and I said, okay, no offense to this guy, but he was asking for the Muppets to make fun of this song.
You know, it's funny. For some reason, that reminds me of. Do you know the Weird Al song "Dare to Be Stupid"?
Yes, yes.
Which is well, but
It's
yeah.
kind of a send up of this. Like, it's not a direct parody, but it's a send up of the style of Devo, right? Because it's very similar to their style, and apparently they like contacted Weird Al and said, "We are so pissed off at you for that song." He goes, "Why?" And they're like, "Because you made the perfect Devo song." They're like, "You did what we should have done. You did what we do better." And they're like, "We're so pissed off that you managed it." So I don't know. I mean, for all I know, that story's apocryphal, but it's hilarious regardless.
Yeah. But it was just funny because I looked up Phenomena just to see, and I was just like, you were asking for this shit. Like, normally I don't go, you were asking for it, but this guy was really asking for Sesame Street and the Muppets to pick it up and use it.
Well, I mean, it is kind of funny when there's a song that comes out and everyone's like, "Dude, that was awesome," and they associate it with a certain band, completely unaware that it's like a 30-year-old song and some other band did it, and they never got famous, but you guys did for covering their song. There's actually a song, and it's not 30 years, but a song by They Might Be Giants called New York City, which is an amazing song. I love it to death. But I found out that it's actually a cover of a Canadian garage band song called Cub. And I actually saw a They Might Be Giants concert in Seattle that was opened by Cub. And I fell in love with their music and bought all of their albums. There was like 4 of them before they broke up. And it's funny, their breakup was not, "Oh, we're so fucking done with each other." It was just, "We've done everything, haven't we?" And they're like, "Yeah, I guess we have." And they split off and did their own solo projects. And now I have the lead singer / bass player as a Facebook friend because that's how much I loved their music. I tracked her down and told her about it, and she was like, "Oh yeah, Facebook friends, why not?" So yeah. But anyway, yeah, so every now and then you find out about that one song that you thought was by this band, and it turns out no, that's a cover from ages ago. So, and I'm pretty sure like La Bamba is one of those.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah. And there's a few others, but
well, I mean, in that time period, damn near everybody was ripping off of everybody else. There are like 5 or 6 versions of just about every song from the time from like the 1920s to the 1960s.
So I looked it up on Google, like songs you didn't know are covers. I didn't know that Girls Just Want to Have Fun is not a Cyndi Lauper song.
Oh.
Yeah, and apparently, oh gosh, where is it? Nothing Compares to You by Sinead O'Connor. Apparently, that's originally a Prince song.
Yes, that I knew.
And let's see, there's a couple of others. Got My Mind Set on You by George Harrison. Apparently, that's not. And a bunch of others. Betty Davis Eyes. Yeah, I had no idea. What's Love Got to Do with It is not Tina Turner, apparently. Nope. And like there's another site, it's like 27 songs that you didn't know. And I'm just like, wow, this is I'm not happy about some of this. Actually, it's one of those shattering my illusions here. So yeah, and then I'm gonna have to listen to the original of some of these, like when we're done here, because chances are it'll copyright us if I try to watch these videos now. But
yeah, and I'm really trigger happy with that shit. I'm really
curious what the original Girls Just Want to Have Fun sounds like.
And then there are the people who absolutely, in my opinion anyway, ruined the songs they covered. Red Red Wine was absolutely destroyed by UB40.
Well, that's actually one of the things about They Might Be Giants cover of New York City that bugs the hell out of me. Because the original was like the Empire State where King Kong lived. They changed it to the Empire State where Dylan lived. I'm like, that's not as cool. I prefer it when it was King Kong, because that was amusing.
Okay, then.
That just bothered me. It's a pet peeve. I mean, I know no one else is as invested in Cub as I am, but yeah.
But then again, there are some that I find covers that are so much better than the originals. Neil Diamond's cover of Suzanne, I dearly, dearly, dearly love. So much better than Leonard Cohen's original. But
Oh no.
oh no,
I'm sorry, I just found out that I Love Rock and Roll by Joan Jett is not originally a Joan Jett song.
huh?
Wow.
Oops.
And apparently Hound Dog by Elvis is
Oh,
not.
that's not it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
Elvis' original.
That's
Oh
not an
no,
original.
I forget what her name was, but yeah.
I knew that Twist and Shout was not originally by the Beatles. I knew that one. Wait a minute, Mickey is not Tony Basil. Oh boy. I should stop looking at this. I don't want my illusion shattered in this way.
All right, I
That's
am
why
starting to get sleepy, so I am going to
You
head
go.
away.
You go tired. You go Betty bye. Easy my not to knowing
Yeah,
on this.
well, I have to get some sleep before TC comes home and says, "Mom, here's the hamburger. Make tacos."
Oh, jeez.
Oh, no.
I don't know.
Yeah, he wants tacos for dinner tonight, which I have no problems making tacos. That's fine.
I'm trying to
But-
remember why it
Sounds
is.
good.
I'm trying to remember why it is that I was up all last night. It wasn't movie night. I don't know.
I just couldn't sleep last night. I was having one of those nights where I just couldn't get comfortable, couldn't shut my brain off, and I finally laid down at like 8:30 this morning and then got up at 10:30.
Okay
I
then.
wanted to make sure I was up for Lavender.
Oh man,
But
you should have
you
seen
ever,
me.
like,
Hmm?
I like, you ever have what I call action dreams, where your dreams are so action packed that you wake up feeling like you did whatever you did in the dream,
Yeah.
and you got
I've had
no
a
rest
couple of those.
whatsoever?
Yeah, I had
Yeah.
a couple of those.
Welcome to my last night.
Oh boy.
Phew.
Alrighty, well, I will see you all later.
You
Have
be
fun.
good.
Don't
get
You
me
have
out.
I
fun.
will. Yep.
And don't get run over. It's funny how few people know the origin of that one. Don't get run over. I'm like, dude, it's George Carlin. How do you not know this? But anyway.
Oh man, I wish I could have seen him live. Back when I was at uni the first time, there was a group of us that had a chance to see him live in West Virginia, but we couldn't get there. We would have had to have rented a car, and we were not 21. None of us could have rented a car. Oh,
I saw him live once. That was pretty cool. Although I don't remember it as well as the time I saw Penn and Teller.
Okay. Yeah, my ex saw him at some tiny venue in New Jersey that he would play simply because he liked playing there.
Hmm.
So that must have been extra special. Well, just the way when I heard the Count Basie Orchestra with Count Basie leading the band, it was not that long before he died. He simply liked playing the Canton Palace Theater. And yeah, you could see that he was loving every minute of this tiny venue. I mean, what, maybe 500 seats?
Well, it's really easy to get attached to a place like that. I mean, I've never performed, but I understand, I just love being here. I totally get that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I used to hang out with goths in Seattle, even though I'm not one, just because a lot of folks were kindred spirits, even though we weren't into all the same things. Like, there's a lot of BDSM in the goth community, and that's not me at all. But there's also a lot of like sci-fi, fantasy, geekery, and nerdbaggery in the goth scene, and I liked that. Now there was this little hole in the wall coffee shop called the Aura Fest. You see, like Aura Fest, Aura
Okay,
Fest.
yes.
Such a nice place to hang out. Oh, I loved it there. It was just so, see, cozy is the wrong word, but it felt like a slice of home in a weird way, which is strange because it was very goth themed, and I'm not goth, but it was just such a great place to just bring your laptop and sit down, and your friends will show up eventually. And like I got into so many Scrabble games. Like there was a lot of Scrabble in that place. I don't know why. It was just the place you go to have some coffee and play Scrabble if you're not on your laptop or something. And I don't know, it was just a great place, and it was such a shame when it shut down.
Okay, then. I had always wanted to find a place like that. The closest thing I could get here in Pittsburgh was it's one of those places where you had to know the rules, otherwise, they looked at you like you were from another planet.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I was there like once, and that was it. There was one place in Cleveland I used to like to go to, the Arabica coffee shop. Fish my Wall Street Journal off the lawn and drive down there and have a cup of coffee and read the Wall Street Journal and then go home. And yeah, I was working from home at the time, so that was easy. But yeah, nothing like that here, and it's kind of disappointing. But
I've got a place like that here. It's where we have the game nights. It's a coffee shop that's like I'm still trying to finish that script for my animation, and I'll take my Chromebook there because at home I have way too many distractions. I have video games. I have working on the animation itself, all that stuff. I really need to finish the script, and if I need to eliminate all of the entertainment possibilities I have in my home, I'll just go to the coffee shop with a laptop and try to write there.
I actually tried that once, and it didn't work out very well for me because the laptop runs Windows 7, and Windows doesn't understand real line terminators. So if I would work on something there, I'd bring it here, and there are all these extra carriage returns, or yeah, it's the extra carriage returns that are going on. So you'd have all the extra spaces, and it's like, I can't do this.
Well, there is a solution to that. Use Google Docs.
Okay, I'll have to give that a try now because the one time I tried this was quite a while ago, several years.
Well, my script for Quinn Redshift is on Google Docs, so the formatting will always be the same no matter where I am or what computer I'm using, every time.
I like it. I like it.
So that's handy. And there are so many formatting choices. Like I realized if I send this script to people who are going to be doing my voice acting, it's going to be hard for them to know which character is or which bits are their lines. So I've started color coding it by giving everything backgrounds, so that it's easier for them to find their character's lines. And I mean, it's a great system. Like I can take a lot of issues with Google, but Google Docs is perfect. I mean, it's a word processor. It does spreadsheets. It does a whole bunch of stuff like that. And not just that. I mean, one of the ways that I'm trying to help out the people that are doing my script or that are going to be doing this is it lets you embed images.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So I have the characters available for the voice actors to see, so they know what the heck they're getting into. So it's I could not recommend it more if you're going to try to write.
I'm looking at the Google Docs front page here, and yeah, it's looking interesting. Is this a subscription thing, or is it free? Or
if you have a Google account, you can use it.
oh, okay. I've got that. I have a subscription to what is the business thing that they do? Oh, Christ, I forget.
I mean, like this right here, first page of the script. You can totally see what I'm doing with the formatting and all of that.
Okay, let's have a look. Aha, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you can see it's a very standard interface, really easy to use, user-friendly. I mean, I don't want to sound like a commercial for fucking Google, but this is a great system for writing.
Okay, then. It's worth a try, because, yeah, this thing, whatever it's called, it's the one where I get into Google Meet and Google Cloud and all this other bullshit. So I'm already paying $6 a month for it. So if I can get into Google Docs with that would be an interesting thing and stuff. And yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, and I mean, Google Docs is free, just free. So
okay then.
The only problem I have with Google Docs is that it's all seems to be organized by the last thing you looked at, and I really wish that I could create file folders. I don't know if I'm missing something obvious, though.
I know exactly what you mean. I've found that difficult, too.
Robert X, you said
okay, so I'm not missing something obvious. Okay.
Well,
good.
either that or we're both missing something obvious.
Yeah, Robert X.
Well, I'm not alone in that case. So, yay. Either way, I win.
You told me to upgrade to Windows 10, and I see the wink going on there. Two problems with that. Number one, I detest Windows 10. Number two, the laptop doesn't have enough horsepower to run 10.
So Windows 8.1 then. I'm still on 8.1 primarily because it's the only system, like my animation program is not compatible with 10.
Okay, yes, right.
So I'm using 8.1, but I think it's a wonderful operating system. You know, it's definitely better than Vista. That's for damn sure. Vista was an atrocity.
And Abacus is better than Vista, at least from what I'm told. I never tried to run it, but yeah, I'm told that it was horrible. Yeah, I'm afraid really to do anything with the laptop, because if I try to replace the operating system and it doesn't work out very well, trying to get back to Windows 7, I don't know how easy that would be or how difficult that would be. I do have a copy of Windows 7 here. I actually bought a copy of Windows 7 hoping that I could install it on the broadcast machine, and unfortunately even the installation program won't see my keyboard. So, you're dead. I have to unpack it and put drivers in and repack it, and it's like it's not worth it. The laptop was about 7 years old when I bought it. I just bought a refurbished laptop to take to Illinois with me, stay connected when I did the solar eclipse trip. So I wanted, just piece of shit, cheap thing. I think I paid $100 and a quarter for it. It's a HP 69 something. It's old. God, it's old.
Yeah, y'all are reminding me I need to start setting aside money for my sister to replace her laptop. Granted, she can get a little $200 one and be fine, but it does take her a little bit of time to save up. Her laptop, it takes about 10 minutes for it to start, and a lot of the keys are falling. Her keyboard, most of the keys have fallen off and disappeared, and I need to basically replace it for her. But
Robert, the disk space is minuscule on that laptop. There are some single files I have that will not fit on that laptop. I mean, granted, we're talking about gigabytes, but still won't go. And I don't know, if I ever set aside enough money for an actual laptop, if I ever am in a position where I'll use one often enough to justify buying it, then I'll experiment with that thing. But it has saved my arse more than once with my removable discs. If somebody we won't name right now, Sylvia, unplugs one in the middle of a file transfer, I have occasionally been in the position where I've had to go to wind blows to recover the usefulness.
Hit any key to continue.
Oh my! I love that one. I really do. The bloody head, yeah. And then there's this cat.
But yeah, my sister basically has memorized her keyboard, so I think she deserves to have an upgrade. The problem with her is not necessarily saving money, but having an idea of how much she has and where does she stash it. Because there have been times where I've been helping her and she's like, I'm broke, and then I go and help her with some things, and I'm like, I don't think you're as broke as you thought you were, child.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, speaking of keyboard, like the letters are starting to wear off of some of the keys on my keyboard. But like I say, muscle memory from typing, I don't need to look at the keyboard to know what key I'm hitting. So
well, the buttons are missing. Like it's not just worn off. The buttons have started popping off, and like it's just basically, I think we bought her computer 7-ish years ago, and she uses it like constantly all day long. Like, she uses her computer more than me. And y'all know how long I sit in live streams.
Okay, so wait a minute. She uses her computer more than she uses you? I'm just being a grammar Nazi over here. I know.
Uh-huh.
But no, Robert X. No new PC for Diana. Diana's already running two PCs. If you're going to do a fundraiser, it'll be for the co-payments for seeing doctors. God, they hit me hard. When my GP retired, he was an MD, so $5 copay at the place that I'd go to. Nobody told me that he was bringing in a nurse practitioner as his replacement. The copay went to $40. And then
that's so shitty to me, because nurse practitioners, now granted, they're not exactly the same as an MD, but they are so close that unless there's an extreme, they work just fine. And very similarly, why would it cost so much more?
And I can't afford her.
To be a nurse practitioner.
Yeah, I can't afford her, especially because the specialist, the nephrologist, that's another $40 copay. I'm looking at probably an average of $50 a month just in copays. And it's like, what the hell, man?
Well, this is why you move to California and get Medi-Cal. Because I haven't had an out-of-pocket medical expense since I moved here.
That's the interesting. It's just too bad that affording everything else in California, it would be so difficult for me. Because there are.
Well, I guess it depends on what part of California, actually. Because if you didn't mind living out in the freaking boonies rather than a real city.
I don't know if I would be able to do the boonies. There was a time when I would have loved doing that, but at the moment, just being able to get around for food and other necessities, I can't afford a motor vehicle in order to go and get that sort of thing, especially in California. And it's just a matter of money keeps me here, even though I don't get very much service over here. I mean, I sometimes think it would be interesting to live out on the left coast, but
it is. It's definitely different from the East Coast. That's for damn sure. I mean, I every time I go to Vermont to visit my parental units, it's not huge, but there is a bit of culture shock.
Well, oh, geez, I mean, San Diego to Burlington, yeah, that would be a bit of a culture shock.
Well, I mean, not just that. There is literally a difference in attitudes.
Mm-hmm.
Like just here is what it's like to interact with the people there is different.
Yes, absolutely.
And it is so hard to describe it. I mean, like the best I can do is give you little keywords and hope you figure it out, because it's as much a vibe as anything else, and there aren't quite enough words for it. Like if I were to say that Vermont compared to California feels all natural, you might not know what I mean. Because there's a lot of like here and in Seattle and probably just about everywhere, a lot of people are into like organic food and like anti-GMO and all of that stuff. A lot of that's everywhere, but it's not just about food in Vermont. It seems like every fifth store on Church Street, which is like the main street in Burlington, is selling handmade like pottery and crafts and stuff. It's very you kind of feel like if a farmer's market was held in buildings, that's Vermont.
Okay then. Okay.
But even then that doesn't adequately describe it. It doesn't. I don't know. You'd have to
I'd have to experience, yeah.
Feel the difference. It's kind of like, I don't know if you've ever watched The Big Bang Theory.
Yes.
But if you get to like the last season and then rewatch a couple episodes from the first season, you will see such radical differences in certain characters, even just the way they present themselves. Like towards, I'd say, the middle of the series, when Sheldon would talk, he'd throw in these like weird falsetto spikes to his words sometimes. And you go back to the first season, he's got none of that, not a scrap. And it's weird to watch it. And that's sort of what the cultural differences are like going from San Diego to Vermont or back again, is there's these little things where you're like, that is so far outside of the norm, but it's a tiny thing that's so far outside of the norm that it's almost like if there's such a thing as an accent culturally, without like not just vocally. That's the difference. Is there's a cultural accent.
Oh man, I don't know how close it comes, but yeah, maybe the closest I could come would be the Eastern European types in Cleveland and Pittsburgh compared to the civilized world. I mean, back when I used to travel the country, especially if you would talk about here in Pittsburgh, the rest of the world is so fucking different. It's like, going from Pittsburgh into the rest of the world is like entering civilization, literally. So you've got that sort, if you want to call that a vibe, that sort of, yeah. I don't even know if that's exactly what you're talking about, but it's the closest I can come.
Well, I mean, kind of. I mean, there's like, you know how there will be sections of a city
Yes.
that have been like, you can't call them ghettos, but there is definitely a predominant culture there.
Oh, yeah.
Like for half of while I was living in Seattle and now here in San Diego, I have lived in what you might legitimately call a gayborhood.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
You know, this is the LGBT part of town. And when you leave that part of town, it is different.
Yes. The suburb of Lakewood, Ohio, it's a suburb of Cleveland, was basically that Cuyahoga County's neighborhood. Well, Cleveland Heights worked that way as well. The one thing I really regret that I just didn't get around to doing when I was in Chicago, I didn't spend as much time in Boys Town as I really wanted to. So you've got that whole, and then of course Cleveland was divided into, if you want to call them ghettos. When I was very, very young, the neighborhood I grew up in was Slovak. Across the railroad ties, across Miles Avenue, there were the Polish. Now you go across the bridge around Bessemer, the Russians lived there. And it was the flavors, even among those groups of Eastern Europeans, were very, very different. So I kind of have an idea of where you might be going. Little Italy up around University Circle was always fun.
Like Seattle doesn't have a Little Italy, but San Diego does, and I love Little Italy.
Okay. Little Italy in Cleveland is right by Case Western Reserve University. So I got to get a good bit of that, going up to Case and visiting and that sort of thing. And I was actually thinking of going to Case at one time until they forgot who I was. That was an interesting thing. But it's...
Seattle has what for the longest time was just called the International District. They've started now calling it Chinatown, which is weird because it is predominantly Asian. But if I had to put my finger on which Asian culture predominates, it's Japan. Japan and Korea are much bigger in the International District than China by far. So when they call it Chinatown, I'm like, no, that's no.
Yeah, I mean, what is it with the names or whatever that were attached? I mean, just because someone was from the other side of the Pacific, it's Chinese or Chinatown or whatever that's. I mean, New York, that's a Chinatown. Okay, definitely. But as you're speaking of the International District, not so much. Yeah.
It's kind of funny though, like the Pacific Northwest and Seattle in particular is predominantly Nordic.
Okay.
There's a lot of Scandinavians. In my school in Vermont, anyone named Eric was a complete asshole. I don't know why. But every Eric was a jerk. But I mean, it's actually predominantly French ancestry there. But then when I moved to the Pacific Northwest, it seemed like every third or fourth person was named Eric or Erica. And it took me a while to get used to the fact that there were Erics who weren't jerks. It actually took me a while to get used to that. But also it got difficult to know what to call anybody because there were so many Erics and Ericas kicking around. So if you wanted to say to someone, I'm going to go hang out with Eric, the question, which Eric, always came up.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Where I grew up, that sort of thing occurred with the end of surnames.
Ski,
Chik, Ko, Ka. Ski was most often Polish. Chik was most often Polish. Ko and Ka were most often Slovak. Chuck could also be Russian, but there weren't too many Russians where I was growing. In Parma, there weren't too many. But yeah, there was the other thing. You could almost pretty much tell a person's ancestry just by their name. Well, shit, we had immigrants in the neighborhood when I was growing up. I mean, they had come from Poland. They had come from Russia, from Czechoslovakia. And then their kids and their grandkids. I mean, my babka was from Slovakia. She came over on the boat. So, yeah, you had that whole tradition thing going on, too, because that's what they brought with them.
I remember there was a book I was reading where someone was talking about, like, a section of town that was full of foreigners. And one of the characters was like, "Oh, you mean like a bunch of skis and coughs?" Skis and coughs. What are you talking about? It turns out they were talking about Russian last names with skis and coughs.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And okay, I, for the longest time, didn't even know what a Polak was. I didn't know it meant someone from Poland. But I remember all the kids telling stupid Polak jokes.
Yep.
And after a while, I got to wondering, why does everyone think Polish people are stupid? Because apparently there's a lot of scientists out there who are Polish who are freaking brilliant. And as I understand it, it was a cultural thing where immigrants would come over to the U.S. and they'd never seen a car before. So they didn't know that you couldn't just cross the street anywhere. They didn't know about crosswalks. And so a lot of them just got splatted by traffic because culturally they didn't know to use the crosswalk. And that's like, and so people were like, wow, they're stupid. Even though they weren't, it was just a cultural thing.
Yeah.
So that's apparently where the stupid Polak joke came from.
That makes some degree of sense then, yes, because
Yeah.
my babka had not seen a car until she came to the U.S. I mean, she grew up in a one-goat town, one-goat village, basically. Detko came from a little bit less rustic area, but still, Detko is Grandpa Babka's husband, yeah, it's an amazing thing there. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to find out the origins of things that, like, we've long taken for granted were just a thing. And actually thinking about it, you know what I kind of miss? Dumb blonde jokes.
Yeah.
Like, how do you kill a dumb blonde? Put spikes on her shoulders. Like, oh my God. I miss those jokes. They were funny. I mean, even if they were mean-spirited, there were some that were pretty creative.
I still go with that stuff because, well, I'm blonde, and it's, anytime I do something stupid, it's like, okay, color me blonde. That's so I'll keep that alive.
One thing that was a thing in high school, and I'm trying to revive it, at least in my videos, is if someone's being extraordinarily stupid, we would go, "Oh, you're pretty."
Well, you can't do that with me.
I mean, that to me was like pretty funny, and I want to bring it back.
Okay,
that was yeah. It's almost in a way, well, it has sort of the same feeling to me as saying "Okay, boomer" does in a way. Like, it doesn't mean the same thing at all, but it has that same vibe.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but it's interesting that you bring up the "Okay, boomer." No matter what phrase you use, no matter who you're talking to, the sort of thing with just tossing somebody off, and I know what that means in other contexts, really enrages me. It's where anyone will ignore someone from a certain demographic or whatever it is, simply because that's who they are. That's where the stupid Polak joke is part of it. The whole boomer thing is, I know I'm a boomer, and maybe that's one of the reasons I become enraged. Could be.
Well, I mean, but if someone fits the stereotype. Like if someone does something where you're like, that perfectly embodies why the stereotype exists.
Okay, what are you going to do? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
well, and sometimes, and I have watched this now, some people just throw that out just to throw it out. And I get into frustration with that. But you will have a conversation with somebody, and they will sit there, and regardless of what facts or evidence you throw in their faces, they will continue to tell you that you're wrong. They'll plug their ears and be like, la, 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 la. And you just get to a point where, you're like, you know what? Fuck off. I'm done with you.
Okay, one that drives me absolutely up the freaking wall. And you'd think after more than a decade of YouTube videos, this would not bug me as much as it does. But if I'm responding to somebody's video and explaining why they're wrong, and then someone in the comments section will try to tell me I'm wrong by reiterating exactly what the person in the video said when I was debunking it. And I'm like, did you even listen to what I said at all?
No, they didn't.
You're just regurgitating exactly the thing I just debunked. What's wrong with you?
Or another one.
That's why I kind of understand the dismissive attitude. There comes a point where you're just so damn tired of people telling you how things are without listening to your side or listening to what you said at all, that you're just like, you know what? Fuck off. I'm done.
Yeah.
And they've just figured out a way to say it in a fewer syllables and get out of the conversation.
Yeah, because another one that really burned my arse and happily, I haven't heard it in some years. My ex used to do the whatever whenever, something that she did.
Yeah, well, I mean, every generation has, the thing is that every generation is going to have the older ones who are going to do the older ones thing, and the younger ones are going to do the younger one things. It's the same cycle. It's never going to end. I just...
well, to tell you the absolute truth...
That's actually something I've wondered about, actually, is because we live in a different age. We live in an age of connectivity, which means that cultures can start to merge a bit. And people who never would have encountered one culture or another, and vice versa, are now able to communicate back and forth, which means that after a while there could be a kind of homogeneity. Granted, I freely admit that there are times where something new happens, like a new cultural thing, a new style of music gets popular, and I'm like, oh God, no.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there have been newer things that I've embraced as well. Just like despite the fact that I'm about to hit 44, I still do a lot of young kid stuff simply because I know about it and I enjoy it. And my age matters a lot less than it would have without the internet.
That is true. Yeah. I was just bringing it up because people, I can understand the frustration with broad stroking an entire generation, but there are people who are not meaning it to intend the entire generation, just the ones who are basically looking down on you, saying you're just not working hard enough. No matter how often you say, hey, the times are different, we're dealing with different things that you didn't even have to deal with in your generation.
Well, I mean,
that's why I understand both sides of that. I just really understand the dismissal, though.
I mean, I was trying to reapply because they make you twice a year reapply for your benefits. They want to know what your income was for the last 6 months.
Yes.
And they are not well set up to handle people whose income comes from sources that aren't 9-to-5 office or flipping burgers.
Bing, 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 bing. I've run into that one as well. Yes.
And so I have had such a hard time navigating the bureaucracy to put everything in a format they like for their forms, when I'm like, okay, I'm sort of self-employed, but my money comes from donations from people who watch what I do. Technically it's not an admission fee or anything, but I'm also not working for a corporation. Hell, they make it even really difficult if you're self-employed with your own business to let them know your source of income. And I'm like, you guys need to get with the times. It's kind of like, and to bring this full circle with the FTC thing, is those rules that they have for YouTube videos don't really seem to recognize today's culture.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They're definitely out of touch
just
there.
Getting people to realize that we live in a time where it's not 1976 anymore is really hard to do.
Especially when you're dealing with government agencies.
It almost feels like we have to outlive the people who are in office.
Pretty much. I wish I could remember who it was that to which the thing is attributed, where he said, politics does not change by decades, or it changes by generations, where you wait for the old guard to die and the new folks take over. That sort of thing.
But of course, the new folks will be decades out of touch too.
By the time they get to take over.
But that's why I wonder about cultural homogeneity with the internet. With us being as connected as we are, will the older generations be able to embrace the younger and vice versa? Simply because, you can be anybody online,
Yeah.
You can completely hide your identity. You don't have to tell people male, female, non-binary, whatever. You can just give yourself a username, take a stock photo as your picture. If you want to use one at all, you could have an animated avatar, whatever. Nobody knows who or what you are online unless you let them. And so, if you want to hang out with a bunch of 12-year-olds when you're 56, you can totally do it online. And it doesn't even have to be creepy. But the point is that you can pick up that culture in ways that adults couldn't have 20 years ago.
Right, absolutely.
Like when I was a kid, you wouldn't hear of a lot of 50-year-olds playing games of any sort unless it was like the older stuff, like, card games and things along that nature. Now you have video gamers. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with those. I enjoy those kinds of games as well. But nowadays, it's not all that uncommon to hear somebody in their 50s and their 60s playing MMORPGs.
I just bought this game that is way the frick too addicting called Enter the Gungeon. Oh my gosh, you have no idea.
Don't sell me on any more games. I'm trying to get through Outer Worlds.
I haven't seen Internet killed the video star. I remember video killed the radio star, but no. Sorry, that was from the chat.
I kind of figured.
But yeah. No, I picked up Outer Worlds because they have it's not the main character, but it's one of your crew. They have a storyline where it's romantic, but the character is Ace.
I'm sorry, what was that called?
Outer Worlds.
Are you sure?
Yeah. The game is called Outer Worlds.
Because I'm looking at Steam and the Outer Worlds isn't released yet. It's not released until 2020.
It's released on Xbox.
Oh. Yeah, I want the PC version.
But see, I don't have an Xbox, but they do allow you to play some of the games on your computer. So that's what I'm doing.
I see.
But they also I basically have a 3-month subscription for $1 a month, and hopefully I will finish Outer Worlds by then. I don't actually own the game, but I'm basically renting it for $3.
Because you can see right here, coming soon, 2020.
No, I've been playing the hell out of the game. Either that or I've been hallucinating for the past week.
Yeah, well, now I'm irritated that they didn't release it on PC at the same time. I want to play this game.
Yeah, and like normally I would be like, I'm not going to pay Microsoft any more money, but considering that the subscription is usually $9 a month, I think, and I only had to pay for one, I was like, shit, I can play this game for $1. Hell yeah, I'm in.
Man, it's funny. All of the games that are on my, well, not all of them, but at least half of the games that are on my Steam wish list are not released yet.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to come out. I'm waiting for it to go on sale because I would like to actually own the game and not rent the game. But
Can
like I
you
said,
do
for
that
like
with software
$3,
anymore?
huh?
Can you do that with software anymore?
Sure.
Kate, you know what I'm
On
talking
Steam
about.
you can.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, take for example 3ds Max, the program I use to animate, right? It used to be you'd buy the program. It was a crazy expensive program, like $3,000. But once you buy it, you own it. And that's all there is to it, right? But now they've done the monthly subscription thing where you can get the program, but you can only use it if you pay them a fee. You're leasing it, and it's something like $100 a month to lease their program. And if you don't pay it, they'll switch something off that lets you not use it. Like you have to be connected to the internet to log into their system to verify that you have paid for your program, or you can't use it. And I hate that. If I buy a program, I expect to own it.
This is where I really want to be part of call it a revolution or whatever, where open source comes into its own. We develop stuff that's more than the kid version of whatever else is out there. Really get some high powered shit. And okay, I'm fantasizing here, but drive some of these folks out of the market entirely.
Well, I mean, there is an open source animation program out there. It's called Blender. I haven't used it yet.
Yeah, I know about Blender. God, it's got a steep learning curve.
Well, I mean, it probably not for me because I've been using Max for so long, and it's probably like I have to translate a couple of the skills over to their UI. They probably call certain things a different name than Max does. But it probably wouldn't be that tough. And I might have, if it weren't for the fact that it's such a bad idea to change horses midstream, I might have tried to start making Quinn Redshift in Blender. Now, once I finish that animation, I might look at switching to Blender. I don't know, but I'm tempted because, like I say, I can't use Windows 10 because it's not compatible with my version of 3ds Max. And eventually it's going to get to the point where everything needs at least 10 to run. So I'm going to have to find some solution, which means that I'm going to have to try to port all of my models to a Blender format and like try to adapt as best I can so I can use Blender instead.
Yeah, because I use an open source video editor because I really can't afford the other stuff that's out there, and I'd really like to see OpenShot be a little better than it is, but I don't know that that's going to happen unless people make a concerted effort to do it. And well, we'll see what happens there. And Office 365 works that way as well. Oops.
The whole subscription model is so pissy. I hate it.
Yeah, this is where.
Oh, and Doorknob Head, they're only lightly salted, okay?
I'm busy getting one of my sodas to be ice cold.
I am like torn right now between hanging out, which I'm enjoying, getting food that's not peanuts, which I haven't had yet today, maybe getting an energy drink or something, and maybe playing Spark. I'm totally torn on what I want to do right now.
Oh my.
I kind of want to get back to listening to my Christmas music, actually.
You know, kicking around somewhere, I still have the Bob Rivers Twisted Christmas
I love that. I have it as well. As a matter of fact,
we wish you weren't living with us. We wish you were living with us. We wish you were living with us. We're not happy you're here. Yeah.
and my favorite, absolute favorite, I may play it this year as pissed off as I am at the holiday, is O Little Town of Bethlehem set to House of the Rising Sun that Bob Rivers did. So, oh, little town of Bethlehem, how still we see the light. You know that one.
Yeah, okay. I'm only vaguely familiar with the original, so.
Okay. But he also did a parody of I Am Iron Man, I Am Santa Claus. That was a fun one.
I forget what it's called, but I need to find the Bob and Doug McKenzie version of 12 Days of Christmas. You know?
Oh, that one! Yes.
You know, on the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me beer. 5 golden toques. Yeah, that one. I gotta dig that up somewhere. I'm sure it's on YouTube.
It's gotta be. Absolutely has to be. Michelle, that is Tornado. Yeah. Yeah, Mom Nato was here earlier. She's sacked out.
Mom Nato is here. Well, not here. She's in the house, but she's currently arguing with Spectrum.
Oh. I thought she was sacked out. Okay.
Wow. Okay, now the theme to Mask is in my head. Thank you so much. And Spectrum's got such supervision. Mask. Anyway. Yeah.
I love that
used to
song.
watch the shit out of that show when I was little.
Doorknob Head. Yes, don't get Tornado started on Christmas music. I will admit, though, when you were talking earlier, Kate, about the depressing religious Christmas stuff, I will admit that I do kind of like oh, come on, what is the one that Cartman did?
I don't know.
Oh, I had the. God, this is happening to me more often. Am I going senile? Shit.
I have an entire playlist of Christmas music that I'm hoping to complete for Operation Stocking Stuff.
I am gonna look for some keywords so I know what to do.
Of course, I don't know all of it, but I remember, because I never really watched Ren and Stimpy, but I remember instead of Christmas, they had Yak Shaving Day.
Yes.
One of the songs was, "We wish you a hairy chest wig, we wish you a hairy chest wig, we wish you a hairy chest wig and a bucket of beards." So, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I've got it. I've got Oh Holy Night. Oh holy night, the stars. It's in D flat major, but it still sounds serene, relaxing. At least to me, it does.
Well, I actually heard of a parody of that song. Oh, holy crap! I think I blew my foot off.
Oh no.
Okay. I don't know. I would love to hear like an actual religious Christmas song that was happy and upbeat, because I can't think of any.
If you're gonna look for one,
by E. Taylor,
probably the place to go would be. Is it the Southern Baptist or who is it that goes absolutely crazy during their services? I'm talking the church scene from Blues Brothers.
Okay.
What denomination? You'd have to go to them to find a Christmas song like that.
Well, I actually
but
have
I mean,
one.
even like one of the more traditional ones, I'm sure it doesn't exist for reals yet. So it wouldn't be what I'm thinking of, but you get like Silent Night kind of stuff,
Joy to the
stuff that
World.
was made along the same lines way back when that one was new.
Well, what about Joy to the World? Would that be one of your?
Actually, yeah, I guess
There
that
you go.
one would work.
There's
Yeah,
one
all right.
by-
Joy to the
Yeah.
World. Sure.
Yeah,
There's a
joy
version
to
by
the
Train.
world, all the boys and girls. No, that's the wrong one.
Yeah.
No, there's a version actually by Train, and the group includes their song "Calling All Angels" partway through the actual song.
I'm the only one who pictures Calling All Angels as a police song. Like, I don't mean the police. I mean, like, Car 54, where are you? Calling all angels, that kind of police.
Oh, God. Robert X used to watch Cow and Chicken. I have a whole shitload of Cow and Chicken recorded over here.
Cow and Chicken.
Yes.
I have to say that even if that show is good, I won't watch it just because I hate the art style. I mean, I just.
Okay.
Yeah.
The art style is the same as Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah, well, I never really watched that either. I only know some of the songs because a friend of mine had a CD back in high school.
Happy, happy, joy, joy.
Well, yeah. Although I have to say, I prefer the Dance of Joy, which is not Ren and Stimpy at all.
Okay.
You've never seen Perfect Strangers, have you?
No.
Oh,
Perfect Strangers?
well, I mean, if you've watched my videos, I have an animated version of it that I did with a couple of my characters doing the Dance of Joy that Balky did.
I mostly know this.
I wonder, like if it's a copyright strike or whatever, if I played it now here.
Probably.
That stinks.
Oh, wait a minute. Perfect. No, I remember. No, as soon as you said Balky,
I just gotta.
It's the one where when it's over, Cousin Larry jumps into his arms. Like they put their arms on top of each other and they're going da 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 da, like that, and then they do hey 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 hey, and at the last hey, Cousin Larry jumps into Balky's arms.
I don't know if I've seen the Dance of Joy, but I do. Okay, there is a YouTube clip of it. Okay.
Yeah.
21 seconds thereof.
It's really short.
One of my I think I've heard of the Perfect Strangers theme, but mostly from a mashup of it in Enterprise.
That's hard to picture, but okay.
Oh God! All right, yeah. Now I have seen the clip, at least silently. Yeah, it works. It works.
Yeah. So rather than happy happy joy joy, I prefer the Dance of Joy.
Now we're talking.
And okay, I mean, if you're not going to play the audio, then I can surf to my channel and show you my animated version of it. And you can watch it silently if you want to. It's probably the audio from the exact same clip. Did the one you watched start with Balky going, "Now we are so happy we do the Dance of Joy"? That one?
I think so. I didn't have the audio on, but I'll bring it up again just to see. No, because I didn't want it.
It's not as cool without the audio.
Oh, okay.
By the way, did you all get the link I sent you?
I wasn't looking.
Oh, there we go. It is the thing for you on the thing, and then okay, we will go over there, and then we will go. Oh, come here, you.
Okay, there. I've posted the link to my version in the chat.
It must have cut off the very first words, because you've got him starting saying, "Now we have to have the Dance of Joy."
So yeah, my version is linked to you. I should probably put it in the general chat too.
Yeah,
but,
why not? Go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, shill your shit. What the hell, man?
Sure. That video is actually set to unlisted primarily because of the potential copyright issues, but yeah.
Now we are so happy we do the dance of joy! Hey! Hey, 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 hey!
Not a bad job there. Not a bad job at all.
Yeah, I was having fun with it. I've actually used it a couple of times in my videos. Not very often, but it has happened. I haven't found it found a contextually appropriate reason to use it in a long time. So. But no, I'm an 80s kid, and one of my favorites has to be Perfect Strangers. It's a lot of fun. And in fact, I've used Perfect Strangers to explain, like the theme song actually, to explain to people why I prefer the 80s to the 90s. Okay. Right? Because as far as I was concerned, the 80s were a much more upbeat, hopeful decade, and the lyrics to Perfect Strangers reflect that perfectly, because they go, sometimes the world looks perfect, nothing to rearrange. Sometimes you just get a feeling like you need some kind of change. No matter what the odds are this time, nothing's going to stand in my way. This flame in my heart, like a long lost friend, gives every dark street a light at the end. Standing tall on the wings of my dreams, rise and fall on the wings of my dreams, like that, right? But then you compare that to the theme song to Friends, which is, so no one told you life was going to be this way. Your job's a joke, you're broke, your love life's DOA. Seems like you're always stuck in second gear when it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year. The 90s were such a depressing decade. Everyone was unhappy in the fucking 90s, right? And I hated it because as an 80s kid, everything was so much more optimistic. So,
So you like Perfect Strangers intro better than Friends?
Well, yes, but it's more than that. It embodies the spirit of the decade in the way that Friends embodies the spirit of the 90s. And so it's a comparison I like to make is this perfectly illustrates the difference between those two decades.
Okay, then. Yeah, I get it. Definitely.
Yeah.
Now, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think any decade felt hopeful to me, but that's just me. Clinical depression will do that to you.
Yeah. I never really felt any kind of depression that wasn't from events that didn't start after I moved to Seattle and was surrounded by clouds all year.
Oh, man. The seasonal affective disorder, every passing year, it hits harder.
Well, I mean, when people talk about clinical depression, like chemical depression, like they can't help it because it's just their body going nuts.
Well, I've got that going too.
I did not understand it until seasonal affective disorder started kicking my ass. Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, I cannot blame you people for being depressed all the time if your body is doing to you what clouds are doing to me.
Yeah. And it is not fun at all. For me, the period between, I would say, well, it used to be the period between mid-November and March was an absolute hell. But the start point is moving earlier and the end point is moving later anymore. I mean, there was other shit going on too, but I mean, even in September, things were getting bad. And I don't know if I'm going to be out of this before May or before June, for Christ's sake.
What Doorknob had just said, that the full spectrum lights can do wonders, and I agree, as long as you get the right one.
Yeah.
Because I've had them before and they didn't help at all. And the one I have now, there is a reason why it works, and it's because of the quality of the light it puts out. It's not like it's enough light, because a lot of people seem to think, well, you just need as bright a light as possible.
No,
But
no.
the problem with Seattle's clouds was that they were stark, harsh, and white. And that is what was kicking my ass. The light I have now has 2 modes where it'll give you that bright ass white light, but it will also make the light slightly golden, slightly amber. And that is what I needed.
Okay, wait a minute. I didn't know about the...
Go ahead, Diana.
I didn't know about the amber thing. That makes sense. Okay. You know, in certain seasons when you have the end of the day coming and the light that is cast on the neighborhood, the building, has that golden tint or hue or whatever. So that is... It's not my absolute favorite time of day, but that is
What the hell was that?
I have no fucking idea.
Can I don't know if you're looking at my screen right now. Can you see the difference when I hit this switch?
Give me
where
half a
this is amber, this
Yeah.
is white. This is amber, this is white, right? Totally different.
Shut stuff off.
So, I mean, that helps like you wouldn't believe, having those 2 options.
I'm gonna have to go looking.
Yeah,
I can see I'm looking at the delay, but I can see the difference. Some people might not.
Ryan, what did you mean by you were going to threaten to shut stuff off?
Well, I mean, one of the things is like if I just pointed the light at the camera, it would overload it. But I was trying to reflect it off my face so you could see the difference easier.
Well, what I was looking at was the edge or whatever around the lens.
Well, okay. Like I say, it'll be easier to see. Like, look at my face, and then I switch white, amber, white, amber. Do you see the difference there?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
Sorry,
that
Mom informed me about some of her negotiating.
well, I'm just saying is that color difference matters so much. In fact, I wish I'd thought of that or known about that when I was still in Seattle, because I might still be there. Because one of the things that we have here in San Diego is what they call May gray and June gloom, which is basically like it looks like Seattle out. It really does. But what I've discovered is that if I wear sunglasses, it doesn't hit me. And I know that you can go out and get blinds for your windows that tint the light. Rather than just killing it all, it changes the tone of the light that comes into your place.
I wonder if that would help me, because I don't deal with gray very well. I don't mind cold. Cold does not mess with me all that much.
Jeez, don't talk to me
Pressure
about
changes
cold.
do, so rain does. But there are days in November and December where it's just gray out there. And those days I cannot handle. Those kick my ass.
I wonder.
See, if I'd known about these tinting blinds, if I'd installed them in my place in Seattle, I might still live there.
Okay, then
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I'm gonna have to go looking, see if one can find film of that tint or whatever that one can paste onto the windows, because I would give that a try. And
Well, they have just straight up blinds. Like, you pull the cord and it goes up, let go of the cord, it goes down. You don't have to paste it onto your windows, because what if it gets sunny out and you want all that sun? Well, it's better to have the option of the blinds than to paste something permanently on your windows.
I'd have to really look at these. The landlord actually supplied blinds here. They're like the Venetian blinds, but not quite. So I might have to pull those down and replace it with the other, but okay, maybe I could do that. I have to figure that out.
Yeah,
It might be
just
worth.
recently got this.
That looks
For
really
me?
similar to my hold it
Yeah.
up a bit so I can see the switches on the bottom there. That's not the same, but it looks really
It's
close.
not the same. I've actually got three light colors on mine. This was a gift from a friend, an early birthday present, because they were basically like, because I said I think I have seasonal affect disorder, and they were basically telling me, no, we can't have that. You need to be able to function, essentially. And mine comes with amber, the amber color that you've got, the oh my god, why is this so white? And also a blue mode where the color is blue.
Well, it's funny you mentioned because I was looking for a good example of those blinds I was talking about. And like I found some that are blue, but they also have it as amber as well, or sort of a more reddish, yellowish color. But that's the kind of thing right there. You can see one of them is half rolled up and the other isn't.
Yeah.
Okay,
And it
then.
makes it look more natural.
So, but anyway, go on. You were saying something about white light and shit, or blue light.
Yeah, this one has like a blue light mode. I am not sure what the different modes do or why they exist. I just know that they're there because the manual basically says play around until you figure out what works for you. And it's just like that's totally helpful. Thanks. I have no
I know
clue what these
exactly.
modes are. They're like, don't shine yourself for more than 10 minutes, when you first get it. And also, I don't understand this. It says don't look directly at the light. But how are you supposed to turn this on without looking directly at it or off?
Oh,
Well,
you're supposed to
no,
look to the
what they
side,
mean
sort
is
of.
don't have it shining at you all the time. You can look at it to turn it on or off, but if you want it to be effective, yeah, you have it off to the side so it's
Oh yeah,
just in
I
your
have it
peripheral
off
vision.
to the side, but the thing is that just because of how bright it is and because of my eyes not being used to it, the first day I used it, my eyes burned like hell.
Oh yes.
Just trying to turn the fucker on and figure out the modes.
That's a problem.
If I'm hoping that that's not going to be a consistent thing. Because no, I'm not putting it to my face and just like staring at it, but I have to be able to turn it on. And unfortunately, when you turn it on, it turns on automatically on the brightest mode, and you're just like, why? Ow, why?
Well, I mean, mine actually remembers what mode I had it on last, so that's handy. But I mean, if you really want to turn it on, what you do is you find out its interests, you wear the right clothing, take it out to dinner, that kind of thing.
That might be a bit much. I mean, hell, getting like this was like I had basically the conversation went. It's only $30. I'm like, it's bold of you to assume I have $30 to throw away on anything right now.
Well,
Okay.
but I mean, you can definitely get lights like this that are monstrously huge and cost out the ass. $30 is a good deal.
Oh yeah, it's just like I said. For me, it was a little bit unattainable.
I'm just kind of curious here. Is I wasn't able to see on the screen. Is yours from Verilux?
Exactamundo.
Okay. Happy Light Lucent, or is it a different
I
one?
don't know about that part. Let me see here. Does it say happy? It's just Happy Light. I think the Lucent might be the one with Go Faster stripes. I don't know. But it does say Happy Light on the back.
Okay, yeah, because I'm thinking of replacing my Happy Light. It's the old thing that they have. It's not the slim line with, as you say, the Go Faster stripes on it. It's this bulky thing with a CFL basically inside, but it is branded Happy Light. It is from Verilux, but I've had it for years, and the cover is discoloring, and it's affecting the effectiveness. Because I'm interested in looking, because your thing with the different colors, Sounds very, very interesting to me. It might be
I
worth a trial.
I swear by this thing. It really helps when things start getting ugly out there weather-wise.
Okay, Happy Light Looks, Happy Light Lumi, Happy Light Full Size. Shop Happy Light. Oh, look, shop task lighting. Yeah, all kinds of stuff going on over here.
Okay, I feel like I need to go get food that isn't peanuts. I mean,
Yeah,
it's like it's 10 of 2 here. We started at 9. I need real food.
I was
Yeah.
actually kind of thinking the same thing and taking a trip to the little girls' room in between as far as that goes. And I can imagine, Tria, you're probably getting ready for some food, right?
Yeah, it's dinner time. I did eat before I hopped in here, but yeah, that was around noonish.
Yeah, I
So-
haven't eaten since last night. I actually did eat, believe it or not. Still working on portion size and everything to get me to consistently lose weight. But last I checked, I was down as far as 117. Now I'm up. I'm sorry, 217. Now I'm up to 220 again. I want to see 180 by Faithless Forum. Okay. But
Yeah, I've mentioned it before. I'm trying to lose weight too because I had so much enforced inactivity after the brain surgery, and that's part of why I'm trying to get an hour of spark in a day. Because I mean, an hour of aerobic exercise has to help, and if I'm trying to eat better than I have been, that has to help too. I've been trying to get more water in my system as well. I know you can retain water, but I also know that water can cleanse your ass out. So
yeah, and
Well,
I
and
have the
also,
problem.
if you drink more water, your body is less likely to send you hungry signals when you aren't actually hungry. Because
Yeah.
sometimes I've learned, sometimes my body will trick me and be like, "You're hungry," and actually it's not hunger. It's I need to drink something.
I've actually had times where my body says, I'm hungry, and the truth is I'm just bored.
Oh, that too.
I don't get
that
that.
too.
Thing, like I'm kind of hesitant to try it because it feels really weird to even contemplate, but I'm told that some people, when they are getting hungry because they're bored, have actually started using things that are vaguely like pacifiers. So they just have something to chew on. Like it's I mean,
I
you
just,
know, I
I
feel
don't.
weird about using a teething ring at my age, but if it keeps me from eating just because I need something to do,
I
Yeah,
usually
that's
just like have pens that I don't gnaw on them, but I usually just use a pen and like you'll see me sometimes just playing around with it near the mouth area and that's about it. I mean, but yeah,
I thought
boredom
about
is a reason. Not caring, being so depressed that I don't really care what I eat, but the depression makes me too tired to fix anything. So I'll just grab the nearest like, I don't have to make this. And I'll
yeah,
just eat
uh-huh.
like a crap ton of it, and
Oh
that gets
yeah.
me in trouble too.
Yeah,
I've thought
that's
about gum, but I remember looking at the trivia for the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory movie, the original one, not that Tim Burton abomination. And the girl who plays Violet Beauregard has to spend the entire movie chewing gum, and as a result, she ended up with 13 cavities from doing that movie. Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm not going to go the gum route if I want to have something to chew on just to not be bored.
I don't have to worry about calories, but my saliva is toxic. It dissolves chewing gum.
Hmm.
And I mean
That's
dissolves
weird.
it destroys it.
That's weird.
I don't know. I came from another planet or something because I've got such weird genetics going on. Um, we did a whole bunch of the genetic tests for some of the common markers back in freshman biology, And I had all the markers that were recessive, and I joked that I must have been a child of incest.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I lost more than my fair share of genetic lotteries my own darn self. I mean, I actually don't know whether anyone's noticed it while I've been on camera. I've actually got lazy eye. I just know how to control it.
Oh, okay.
Like if I ever get bored and spaced out, one of my eyes will just go, but I know the right muscle combination to bring my eyes back together. So
Okay.
little things like that. Also, I complain about my hair a lot.
Aww.
That kind of thing. Seriously, I wish I had the straightest hair in the entire Western universe. You ever see those pictures, actually strangely mostly from the 80s, of those women who their hair is completely straight and they'll usually get the really straight bangs right there? You know the ones I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm. I wish I had that hair.
Okay, then.
There's lots of things like that. Also, I recently had LASIK done so that I can see without glasses or contacts. Again, another genetic lottery I went and lost. I could probably name off a whole bunch of them. I'm like, if reincarnation is real, I'm going to demand a body that's not this much of a fixer-upper. I don't need to be doing physical DIY on myself this much.
There you go. And it gets expensive, that's the other thing.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the reasons why my hair stays at roughly shoulder length is just because I put it through so much of a ringer to get it even vaguely in the shape I want it to be in, that it just snaps off after a while, that my hair has an expiration date. And it's not that it's not growing, it just won't grow any further than this because it gets broken.
Yeah, well, I've got a similar thing going. I mean, the hair, as you see it, is about as long as mine will get. Because, God, when was the last time I had my hair cut? Wait a minute. 90, no, not 90, 2009. 10 years ago was the last time I had my hair cut.
Well, I mean, I have on occasion considered dreads.
Okay.
Right? I mean, because if I could grow my hair out as much as I want to, I'd grow it down to my ass, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
The only problem is that I'm worried if I try to get dreads that they won't fall, that they'll stick out, and I will end up looking like Crazy Eyes, Suzanne from Orange is the New Black, if you've seen that.
No, I have not.
I'm gonna let you guys.
Okay, well, I can give you an example. She's got the hair going on like this, and you'll notice it does not fall down. Gravity does not seem to have any effect on her head fur.
Okay, then.
And I'm worried that's what would happen to me. And I don't want
guys,
that.
I'm gonna let you guys go since Mom is making dinner and I'm planning on heading out.
Okay, hon.
See you
Well,
later,
thanks for
Tornado.
coming by. You be good, and
Something funny here. Hold on.
But I have a feeling that if I tried to grow dreads,
Bye, guys.
it might take a year or two,
Bye.
but they will eventually succumb to gravity, and I could grow them low, like Lister on Red Dwarf.
Okay.
One of these days, you know what I should do is I should go into Photoshop, take a picture of my ugly mug, and then Photoshop dreads onto me and see what it would look like.
Okay, then.
Like I tried to do that with a mohawk once, and it looked so awful. I should not. I'd love to have a mohawk. I would not look good in a mohawk.
Okay.
Just saying.
Anyway,
I'm gonna do the food thing, so I will catch you with evil geniuses later. Try not to get horribly burned alive by any monsters or anything.
Glad to have you by, Kate, and you'll be good and have some good food.
I'm not gonna be good. I just won't get caught.
Okay, then.
Bye, Kate.
Take care, hon.
Oh,
And
man.
you're thinking of taking off as well, and
Yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry. But before I go, I do want to do a little bit of a shout out.
oh yeah, absolutely.
There is a wonderful wonderful channel run by Christy Abbey. And she's fast becoming a friend. At least I hope she thinks of me as one. I think of her as one. But she is criminally undersubbed. She's been doing videos for a little while now, and she does interviews with people, writes a little bit of music and shares it on occasion.
Can you?
But I'm going to be.
Can you link
Yeah,
to her?
I got the link ready.
Great.
She only has, I think, 100 subscribers or so.
Oh my.
Which, yeah, no, she really should have more. And she is interviewing me on Monday, but she likes to interview you and then do a little bit of editing and then post it that week. So on Friday, she's going to have she's going to premiere a video interview with me. So on her channel.
Yay. Okay, so I've got her
I'm
up.
looking forward to that.
Okay, she now has 104 subscribers.
Yay! But yeah, I really am looking forward to being on her channel.
Oh my.
She does research before you get on so that she knows what kind of questions to ask. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
I see.
Hopefully y'all are still alive after the Thanksgiving coma.
I see that she interviewed Chives a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, she's been getting quite a few different people on. She had Jangles the Science Lad about a week ago, which was an awesome thing. So I mean, like I said, she's pulling interesting people to talk to. I don't know why her channel is not doing better. So.
Well, we just need to get her name out there and her stuff out there and see what happens. Yay, that would be a good thing.
So, and she is apparently doing 4 to 6 interviews a month now, I think is what she said she was doing. So, she wants to try to have more things up a little bit more often. But yes, go sub to her. Please and thank you. She's awesome.
Well, thank you for that. That's a very, very good thing. It's always good to know that there are some new people out there and we can jump all over them and they can take off faster than, everybody is passing me. They start 2 weeks ago and they're past me already. What the hell is going on here?
I haven't passed you. I haven't passed you at all. But to be honest, it's kind of my fault. I'm not very consistent in getting out videos and such. I go through time periods where I'm like, I could do 3 of these in 1 week. And then I go through time periods where I'm just going, sorry, it's been about 2 months.
Yeah, I know. I got you. Yep, I know that feeling. Yeah, it's, I'm actually, as I said at the beginning, I don't know if anybody heard me say it or not. I was got 1 film in the can. I want to get another one completed because they do need to be released together. Those are the first edited films I've done in over a year. So
yeah, and I prefer edited to get my message out. The problem is that getting around to the actual editing kind of is a little bit of a hurdle for me.
Yeah.
Because I can pump out a script, like the script that I have for the current video in the works took me 2 hours to type up.
I hate you.
I was yeah, and it took me about half an hour to record, and then I sat down and was able to edit about a minute of it before I was like, nope, brain no work. Brain stop work. Now 2 hours is not typical for me. I just had a lot of stuff in my head. It was something that I had kind of wanted to address for a while. But usually I can get a script out in about a day. The script is not my problem.
Yeah.
The idea is not my problem. My problem is sitting down and listening to my voice over and over again, not having any white noise in the background because I have to hear if there's any bumps that are too loud. Because
Right.
Elmer decides right at that moment that, hey, mommy's talking to the computer screen. I know what time it is. Let me see how badly I can rip apart our room. Hi, Mom.
Oh, boy, yeah, you'll get used to hearing your voice over and over again. Trust me. It's God. A couple of years ago, I could not stand to hear my recorded voice. It still doesn't sound all
it's
that
not
good to
just
me,
that,
but
it's my brain needs a certain amount of white noise. And in order for me to hear the recording to edit properly, I have to cut out the white noise that I normally have that keeps my brain functioning.
moo.
I know how you feel about ASMR and I know why, but for me, ASMR actually helps me focus because my brain doesn't like focusing on one thing. It likes to have multiple things. That's why I say why you'll see me on Twitter at 1 a.m. going, I just woke up, too goddamn quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I waking up at 1 a.m.? Like, I can't do anything in this house because there's no cars driving outside. There's no kids. There's nothing out there. It just sounds dead. And that messes with my brain. Not on like a serious level, but it just makes it hard to focus. So that's why it's hard for me to do edited videos. But I have to figure it out because I like edited videos because then I can control what I'm saying and not forget important stuff or say the same thing accidentally three times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my, oh
But yeah,
my.
look out for Christy's video with me. I'm looking forward to the interview. I'll be getting interviewed tomorrow at 4, but the video will not be up until Friday. I don't know the exact time, but when I get the time from her, I will let you all know.
Black Friday for the interview.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of enjoying it because she's basically interviewing me a couple of days before my birthday. Thanksgiving is one of my favorite holidays. I hate Black Friday, but my family generally just tends to stay in and act like the rest of the world doesn't exist. So there's that.
Moo. Oh
So,
my. Yeah, so yeah, hopefully this Thanksgiving will be okay over here. Last Thanksgiving nobody was by. It was just me and the cat, and I was a little on the lonely side, but yeah, we'll have Cassie and Bridget coming over, and Bridget is a trained chef, so that'll help things. And
well, that's good. My Thanksgiving is basically I cook what I want and they have to deal with it. Although they don't complain because apparently they like the food, so that's
okay,
good
then
for them.
that works.
Like
That
I said,
works.
they
That
don't have
works.
much choice. The general rule is if you're going to complain about the food, you better be in the kitchen doing something to change it.
Yeah.
Like, you can complain, just realize if you want those changes made, you have to have your ass in the kitchen with me.
So if
You're
you
going to complain about the food.
if you don't like a turkey stuffed full of jalapenos and habaneros, then you've got to come up with something else.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep. Yep.
Although I don't do that. I do, for Thanksgiving, I'm doing Cornish game hens with red bell pepper, green bell pepper, sazon, adobo, garlic, and onion are the main ingredients.
No marijuana?
No marijuana.
No.
You have to remember, I have to deal with my super Mormon family. They're no fun sometimes.
Well, if you didn't tell them it was in there, it might make them better. I don't know,
I think my dad's smart enough to figure that out. Not so sure about my sister figuring out, but he probably would.
Oh, boy,
But, yeah.
shit.
Alright, I am going to go grab food.
Alrighty, you be good. Great having you here. And, yeah, I guess while we're at it, I'll do the considering of starting to wrap things up myself. Let me see here. Okay, this is a little easier to do, though, now that I have everything on almost one page. So, yeah, what I'll do is, as Tria is going off into the setting sun, I will say to all of you folks, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Night, y'all. Happy Turkey Day.